And we're back. Yes, we are doing it again. Yes, we are. Roll up, everybody, gather, come and join. One man went to mow. Yes, we are doing it again. Play that funky music, white boy. One man went to mow that Oyo fella. I am in situation. Situate yourself with me. You know the time. Well, we're late-ish, but then gather nevertheless. The session has commenced and your company is required. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o night o. Hapa o night o. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o night o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there we are, Akoko Orun Meiko, the care guides. So, Iku Koniri Wagbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Saying Buhari has nothing more to offer is untrue and dirty politicking. Lai Mohammed claps back at Obasanjo. So you recall, of course, yesterday or the day before, we were going through that narrative then when Obasanjo spoke to the space and said to have any expectation of Buhari offering anything more is essentially tantamount to flogging a dead horse. Buhari's spokesperson claps back, saying Buhari has nothing to offer is untrue and dirty politicking. So Lai Mohammed strikes again, his master's voice, he churns. So still churning his master's voice, insurgents would have declared Islamic State in Nigeria if not for Buhari. So still Lai Mohammed again telling us, insisting, doubling down on that narrative that he opened up a while ago to say that they have technically defeated Boko Haram. So technical defeat, he speaks to that space again. Insurgents would have declared Islamic State in Nigeria if not for Buhari, a headline attributed to the tribal marked man from Kwara State. So there it is. No surprises there. Okay, let me take you to this one. So no repentant Boko Haram fighter in the military. So it is the chief of staff, or chief of defense staff, saying this to the space, General Lucky Irabo. He is now answering this long-standing assumption or assertion that Nigerians hold that the Boko Haram, they catch them and not just release them, but they then put them in uniforms. And we have seen pictorial evidence of former militia type person dressed in a customs uniform once upon a time with Governor Masiri negotiating uh, with him to stop waging and raging against the state. And then subsequently, we saw this guy in a customs uniform. So that is what the assumption was being predicated upon. But the Nigerian security forces clapped back. No repentant Boko Haram fighters in the military. Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo. So quite what we're making of that, I will just see what the piece has to offer to form an opinion. APC governors behind Buhari's reluctance to sign electoral bill. FALANA speaking to that narrative, so quite why he has come to that conclusion. Hopefully that unfolds in the course of reading out that piece. Let me see. And then to this one. This may well serve as good news, depending on how you are choosing to look at it. It looks as though now the green shoot of a result in the ENSA space are breaking. At last, federal government increases salaries, allowances of our policemen. So what increase has taken shape and what allowances are being offered, a lot of that we'll find out just in due course. So a lot to find out in due course. So kick back, lean back, take it easy, relax. Click on the hyperlink if you want to come and interact with the session live on screen. It's the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you click on that, then I'll let you onto the screen just as soon as I've read out the talking points, and I will engage you in conversation about the talking points. But before we go any further, let's come in via now what is the traditional quarters, the Eastern quarters, and another Python dance.
Do I pop? O Mary, o Nindizu, o Niloya, Abakare, Mama Daora, Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi Windy Walk, Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3, Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi Windy Walk, Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3, Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi Bo Onye Du I Walk, O Mary Wone Lizu, Giloya, Abakare, Mama Daura, Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war, Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3, Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war, Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3, Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war, Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3, Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war, Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3, Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war, Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3.
There we have it. Nnamdi wins the war, Python dance, Python dance. Nnamdi wins the war, Python dance, Python dance. Nnamdi wins the war as guys I bring you this. Saying Buhari has nothing more to offer is untrue and dirty politicking. Lai Mohammed claps back at the former president of Nigeria, Obasanjo. Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed has said that President Muhammadu Buhari has done so much to keep Nigerians safe under very difficult economic and social conditions. Countering claims of Buhari doing nothing to tackle insecurity at a press conference on Wednesday, December the 15th, Lai stated that it is untrue, fallacious, and smacks of dirty politicking. He also claimed that no administration in Nigeria's recent history has provided the security agencies with the hardware needed to tackle insecurity as that of President Buhari. So this is a statement in full. So he said, yes, banditry and kidnapping have added to the state of insecurity. President Buhari has also continued to provide quality leadership in order to ensure that our security agencies decisively tackle the cankerworm of insecurity of any hue. No administration in Nigeria's recent history has provided the security agencies with the hardware needed to tackle insecurity as that of President Buhari. In addition to raising the morale of our security men and women, only last week, Mr. President commissioned an armada of naval boats and ships in the latest effort to enhance our nation's maritime security. The Army, the Air Force, and the police, amongst others, have also been receiving modern hardware to strengthen their arsenal. The administration has not concentrated on the kinetic measures alone. Non-kinetic measures have also been strengthened. The establishment of the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development to coordinate all humanitarian affairs in Nigeria is a major effort at tackling poverty and shrinking the pool of those targeted for recruitment by insurgents and bandits. Despite all this, President Buhari has not relented, constantly presiding over meetings of security chiefs to get an update and also issue necessary directives, and not missing any opportunity to offer succor to his countrymen and women when necessary. The skewed narrative in certain quarters that the president has not shown enough empathy is glib talk. The president has also continued to work with our neighboring countries and indeed our Western partners to tackle insecurity, especially terrorism, with the entire Sahelian region experiencing a devastating surge in terrorist attacks. More so in the wake of the Libyan crisis, it has become even more imperative for Nigeria to step up regional cooperation to more effectively tackle insecurity, and that is what Mr. President has been doing. Gentlemen, President Buhari has done so much under very difficult economic and social conditions to tackle insecurity in our country. Not only has he done so much, President Buhari continues to do much more to keep Nigerians safe. To say he has nothing more to offer is untrue, fallacious, and smacks of dirty politicking. By boosting the number and capacity of our fighting forces, Mr. President is putting them in good stead to tackle insecurity, not just during the life of his administration, but long after he would have left office. President Buhari is leaving a legacy of security, infrastructural development, economic prosperity, and social cohesion for Nigeria. This may not seem obvious today amidst daunting challenges, but posterity will be kind to this president. So there you have it. President Buhari, the champion of all. This is what this young man from Kwara State will have us believe. So those are his words. Dirty politicking, accusing Mallam Buhari of having nothing more to offer. But I think I agree with Lai Mohammed, by the way, that it is disingenuous and fallacious to say that Mallam Buhari has nothing more to offer. The more accurate assertion will be that Mallam Buhari never had anything to offer. Because to say he had nothing more to offer would have suggested that he had something to offer in the first instance or ever once upon a time. This guy has never had anything to offer, and this is what we're experiencing today. Insurgents would have declared Islamic State in Nigeria if not for Buhari. Lai Mohammed carries on. Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed has claimed that insurgents would have declared an Islamic State in Nigeria if President Buhari had not taken decisive action. Addressing a press conference today, December the 15th, the minister admitted that the current security situation poses a great challenge to the government, listing ways President Buhari has tried tackling insecurity in the country, Lai Mohammed said the Nigerian leader will continue to provide quality leadership in order to ensure that security agencies decisively tackle the cankerworm of insecurity. The minister also claimed that before Buhari was elected, Boko Haram declared a caliphate in Goza after capturing Bama and Gamboru, as well as other towns and villages in Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa. He added that the insurgents installed their own emirs, collected taxes, and flew their flag before the military dislodged them. This is what he said. The polity has recently been awash with heightened commentary on the security situation in the country. The commentary has been triggered by genuine concerns in some circles and crass politicking and sheer absurdity in others. Since assuming office in 2015, President Muhammadu Buhari has continued to issue uh, since assuming office in 2015, President Muhammadu Buhari has continued to make the issue of security a major plank of his administration's policy. This is not a surprise, considering the fact that the fight against insecurity is one of the three priority areas of the APC led federal government. Yes, the security situation has continued to pose a great challenge, but amidst the cacophony of voices, some genuinely concerned about the situation and others ready to exploit it for selfish ends, it is easy to forget where we are coming from. Today, we only look at the current situation without wondering what would have been would have been had this president not taken the bull by the horn as far as security is concerned. With the way the insurgents were going before this administration came into office, with their control of a vast swathe of land the size of Belgium, with their free-wheeling attacks in almost a dozen states, including the Federal Capital Territory, which was hit at least 5 times, perhaps they could have achieved their aim of declaring an Islamic state in Nigeria if President Muhammadu Buhari had not acted decisively. After all, in 2014, Boko Haram declared a caliphate in Goza after capturing Bama and Gamboru, as well as other towns and villages in Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa. So I think it goes on to. Okay, let me pick it up from this point. Yes, banditry and kidnapping have added to the state of insecurity. President Buhari has also continued to provide quality. Okay, this essentially a lot of it, the rest of it, are more of the same of what we had read already. But insurgents essentially would have declared an Islamic State in Nigeria if not for the rescue mission by Aboki from Daura. So this is what Aboki from Kwara would have us believe. So from Aboki, from Kwara to Aboki, from the Delta region, no repentant Boko Haram fighter in the military. Chief of Defense Staff General Irabo. Chief of Defense Staff General Loki Irabo has said that no repentant or de-radicalized Boko Haram fighter has been absorbed into the Nigerian military or sister security services. Speaking at the opening of Operation Safe Corridor stakeholder meeting to work out modalities for transferring rehabilitated clients to their state government authorities, Irabo, who was represented by the Chief of Defense Logistics Major General M.A. Yekini, commended President Muhammadu Buhari for giving the repentant Boko Haram insurgents the opportunity to lay down arms. Irabo further revealed that there are stringent measures to ensure no repentant Boko Haram fighter is absolved into any security agency. So absolved, that should be absorbed, not absolved. Is absorbed into any security agency, he said. Counter-insurgency operations entail a complex mix of activities and approaches. to wither down the adversary, which is why the armed forces of Nigeria has continued to sustain the pressure on the insurgents through the application of force. Other non-kinetic measures are also required to engender the achievement of the desired result. So there you have it now, categorically, or is it categorical? But at least according to the Chief of Defense Staff, the long-held view that they just capture and then these Boko Haram elements and then put them in uniforms. It looks as though that's been batted back by the Chief of Defense Staff. Breaking, at last, federal government increases salaries, allowances of policemen. The call for upward review of police monthly take home has finally been effected by the Federal Executive Council with the announcement that all policemen will enjoy 20% increment of salary as from January 2022. So let's just pause there for a moment. We just going through last just a week or so ago, a few days ago, that they are saying they would not be paying them their December salary, but at last they've increased that salary anyway, but they will still not be getting it. This is the thing, that the absurdity of it, but then of course, a theater of the peculiar. This is the Nigerian space. The call for an upward review of police monthly take home has finally been effected by the Federal Executive Council FEC with the announcement that all policemen will enjoy 20% increment of salary as from January 2022. Minister of Police Affairs Megari Dingyadi, who disclosed this whilst briefing State House correspondents at the end of the virtual council meeting presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari, said the increased police personnel earning was one of the ways to improve the relationship between the force and the Nigerian populace. The minister also revealed that FEC has also approved payment for outstanding allowances, including death benefits to bereaved families. He also announced a tax waiver of 18.6 billion naira for personnel between grades 11 grades level 1 to grade level 14. So this is it. That's the package. So there's still more to come. That's just the opening salvo of a story that is just breaking. So I just caught that whilst there was fresh off the news. So I'm sure there'll be even more expansion on that just subsequently. But that was the news as it broke. Let me now take you to Femi Falana. APC governors behind Buhari's reluctance to sign electoral bill. Social activist and a senior lawyer, Femi Falana, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, claimed on Wednesday some powerful governors and politicians are behind the reluctance of President Mohammed Buhari to sign the electoral amendment bill. Falana, who stated this in his address at the Cable colloquium in Lagos, said pressure from some governors in the All Progressive Congress APC who are worried about certain amendments in the Electoral Act might have affected the president's decision. The National Assembly is empowered by the 1999 Constitution to override Buhari by a two-third vote if the president refuses to sign the bill after 30 days. The parliament forwarded the electoral amendment bill to the parliament forwarded the electoral amendment bill to President Buhari on November the 20th. The deadline for the presidential assent to the bill is December the 19th, Falana said. The president is reluctant to give assent to the bill because the powerful governors in his party, the ruling party, are saying it's going to be much more expensive for them to run direct primaries. Therefore, throw away the baby and the bathwater. But where they are actually going is that those governors have not recovered from the shock of having an electronic vote. They know manipulation will be reduced to the minimum. That is why they are asking the president to throw away that bill. They are not saying take it back to the National Assembly so the area of direct primaries can be removed. The bill can be rejected only on one ground. The the bill can be rejected only on one ground. The 2018 bill was rejected by the president on the ground that it was too close to the 2019 election. Now, the president may also say signing the bill now may be too close to the election and may cause confusion. So there you have it. Of course, I mean, it won't essentially prevent them from rigging, but it will reduce the opportunities of rigging somewhat. And heaven forfend that we have a free and fair election, or something that purports or portends to be a free and fair election within the Nigerian state. The mighty Charlie Boy, I see you. The great Ola, I see you. And the masterful Ajanle Koko, I see you. Good to see you, gentlemen. So let's go to Charlie Boy first. If it's available. Charlie Boy, are you there?
I'm here.
You are here. All right. Good to have you, Charlie Boy. So to the talking points then. Well, Lai Mohammed is insisting now that Buhari has effectively petered down to a minimum, if not effectively defeated Boko Haram insurgency, in spite of the endless reports that we hear on a daily basis. So, what are you making then of this contradiction between words and facts that we're hearing from the Minister of Information?
I think Lai Mohammed, he's lying to them. They haven't defeated Boko Haram. They haven't defeated Boko Haram because they're behind Boko Haram. If they're defeated, they're behind it because they're the one giving those husband Boko Haram money to buy the guns. Somebody from the top of government is giving them power to kill innocent lives, so they're behind it.
How do you know this, Charlie Boy?
I know for a fact Nigerian government are evil. They know what's happening north. They're behind. The northern elites know who kills people. They're behind it. All this.
But what are you making of his assertion, though, that Nigerians have been a bit short-memoried in their criticism of insecurity in the country? It was reporting that just in the build-up to 2014, there were constant attacks on Abuja, at least 5, that Boko Haram had hoisted its flag all over Borno State, Yobe State, Adamawa State, etc. But that's no longer the case. So a qualified success he's asking credit for his lead. Does he have a point there?
No, his point is not. I think his point is wrong, not success. His point is wrong. His point is wrong because he know who created Boko Haram. He know who created friendhood. He know who's behind all this. Someone top of the government is giving these people money, and he's lying to himself because he's supposed to not be lying. Why should Boko Haram kill people every day in the northeast? People been killed. People been killed in Sokoto. What happened in Sokoto in Kaduna Expressway? The bandits come and kidnap people on the road. How then a monster abandoned who don't speak English, who don't speak our language, don't speak our culture, come and attack your people and kidnap them, and you do nothing about it? See, Lai Mohammed lied to himself. He doesn't know how much people are suffering in Nigeria. People can't even drive in the road now in Nigeria. In the north, they'll be kidnapped. People drive from Abuja down to Lagos to the east are scared to drive. They'll be kidnapped.
All right. Okay. Are you still there, Charles, or do you have to go? Oh yeah, I think Mommy do also got Charles. So as Mommy talks to Charles, let's go to Ola. Ola, are you there?
Yeah. Good afternoon or evening.
Yeah, good to have you. So straight to it, saying Buhari has nothing more to offer is untrue and dirty politicking. Lai Mohammed speaking to the space. I'm sure you recall that a few days ago, if not even yesterday, we were talking about how Obasanjo was saying having any more expectations of Buhari is tantamount to flogging a dead horse. So a horse strutting and alive is what Lai Mohammed insists. So what are you making of that space then? And he goes on to describe what he considers to be successes of his principle. So what are you making of Lai Mohammed's words?
Yeah, we all know Lai Mohammed, and just like we don't expect anything from Buhari too. So Lai Mohammed has reached his own impasse. So we know what he can offer, and he's exactly offering what he has to offer. Now, to the likes of Lai Mohammed, it depends on how the situation looks to them. It depends on if whatever is happening in the country, if it meets their personal expectation. Or sometimes too, someone can decide to lie to himself. Exactly what Lai Mohammed is saying. Now, if this guy is saying Buhari has something to offer, is the situation in the country improving or the country is moving backward? So if someone is seeing the country that is moving backward and is saying Buhari is offering, so what exactly is Buhari offering? Is he offering negativity or positivity? That is where we have to look at it. So it's only Lai Mohammed that can bring out his own criteria. So to me, I'm sorry to say, I think that man is highly deluded. You know, it is some kind of people that when you are eating, you don't want to speak. When you are eating, you don't want to know that some people are hungry. So to me, yeah, the man is just is not in alignment with the realities. So and can be one of those people. Although I know that Buhari may be deceiving himself, but they are one of those people making the issues to be even more complicated. So I don't know what Buhari have got to offer. Do I don't know.
Oh,
Because, like for example, this guy will tell you, for example, that Boko Haram has been defeated technically, right? I
mm.
will see the governor of a state that cannot move freely within even his own territory. So now, the like of Lai Mohammed, the
I don't think
best
any
way,
governor in the north can really, apart from Kano, and I can't think of any governor that can move freely in any state in the north. You
it,
know,
it, it,
Katsina, I
ex-
can't move freely, but no, we know what's going on there. Plateau, we know the story. Sokoto, we hear it all the time. Nobody can move. Not the governor, not anybody.
exactly. So now the recommendation by Lai Mohammed should have been okay to prove to everybody that okay, yeah, the Boko Haram they be defeated technically, you know. So they should just try and relocate to Borno State or one of those areas at least to prove to us if he can survive there for some months. Then sure, it's working the talk. It's as simple as that.
That's the Reno Omokri challenge. This is the open challenge that Reno Omokri has put to Gabashew, that you are telling us that security has improved. So you then drive from Abuja to your home village without security retinue, and then I will take those words. Yeah.
Exactly. So let this guy just go to Borno, move around, leave the capital city, go to all those areas that where Boko Haram, where the members were defeated technically, move around, show it to us, speak from that place. Don't sit down within your office, a very safe place in Abuja, and be telling us, go to where we can see. Go to where you can see people on the street of Borno telling us that it is true. We've defeated these people technically. So some things are easier said than done, even though he knows. I don't want to believe that Lai Mohammed doesn't know the fact, but since he has decided to go to the other side, that's left to him. He can prove that even if he doesn't want to go by himself, he can just send someone from the members of his family to go and represent him there.
Yeah,
Let's
maybe
hear the
if
story.
every son is the one that does the best.
Exactly. So we are going to take him seriously. So to him, yeah, Boko Haram is defeated, but it's just need to show us.
All
So
right, thank you, Ola. Ola, just let me quickly bring a story that had lined up, but I missed in the readout. So let me quickly bring this, and then I'll come back. I'll come back to Jake, and then come to you because I think Charles may well be back with us. About this, I had lined up, but forgot to read. How Buhari appointed his in-law, Emir of Bichi's ex-girlfriend, others with questionable characters as electoral commissioners. So just quickly through this. President Muhammadu Buhari is pushing to fill the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) with electoral officers who have unsavory reputations. The Senate President Ahmed Lawan on Tuesday during plenary at the National Assembly read a letter from President Muhammadu Buhari seeking the screening and subsequent confirmation of nominees for the national commissioners and a resident electoral commissioner for INEC. The nominees are Mallam Mohammed Haruna, Niger State, North Central National Commissioner, Mrs. May Agbamuche Mbu, Delta, National Commissioner, South South, Ekeagu Kenneth Nandi, Abia State, Southeast, Major General A.B. Akali, Adamawa, Engineer Professor Radha H. Gumus, Bayelsa, Mr. Sam Olumeku, Ondo, Olaniyi, Olaleye, Ajeleye, etc., etc. However, some of these are less than ideal appointees, though they are still awaiting confirmation of the Senate. For instance, May Agbamuche Mbu, reappointed as National Commissioner, is a former girlfriend of the Emir of Bichi and Nasiru Adebayero, sources told correspondents on Tuesday. It was learned she was also nominated to the presidency by her ex-lover, Emir of Bichi, as a favor, especially with the monarch's closeness to Buhari, now as the president's in-law. Agba Muche Mbu had previously served as INEC Commissioner for Delta until President Buhari appointed Loretta Onoche his aide and a card-carrying member of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC to take the position in October 2020. However, the Senate rejected Onoche's nomination in July 2021. Buhari, in a letter read by the Senate President Lawan during plenary on Tuesday, listed Agbamuche Mbu as representing Delta State. Indeed, the appointment of the national commissioners came about as a direct result of who knows who. For instance, correspondents also learned that Professor Radha H. Gumus from Bayelsa State, South South, was nominated by the Minister of Petroleum, Timpre Silva. Another person said to have been brought into the government by Silva was Professor Nelson Brambiafa, who led interim management of Niger Delta Development Commission. Correspondents in December 2019 reported how Brigadier General Charles Nengiti, a top-ranked soldier in the Nigerian army, as well as his wife, were arrested. Okay, this seems to be a story that's cross-pollinated this one somewhat. Were arrested by the United States Authority for an unexplained $16 million found in the wife's account. It was learned that Brambai and another managing director of the NDDC, Insima Ekere, were found to have been involved in the laundered slush fund as they both facilitated how Ngeti laundered money from the commission through contracts awarded to him. It was reported that between 2016 and 2019, Nengeti was drafted to the NDDC, where he allegedly benefited from billions of naira in contracts whilst there. Meanwhile, the reappointment of Mallam Mohammed Haruna, Niger State, as the North Central National Commissioner came courtesy of Chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, who was instrumental to the appointment of some other commissioners. So that's just on and on it goes, but essentially you get the drift. So they just padded out INEC with the usual suspects. So thank you for yielding that space. Let me get back to Charlie Boy, who rejoins us, and let me take you quickly to that story that I've just read out. Then Charlie Boy. So they are padding out INEC, the Independent National Electoral Commission, with their girlfriends, their flunkies, etc. They of course, are the people that are going to declare elections for Nigeria. What are you then making then of this shady practice.
This how Nigerian politicians act. All don't act like this. They care for the family members. They spend billions of dollars just to buy. No politician in Nigeria to get that much money. In a modern society, no politician should get that much money. But only in Nigeria, a politician get all that money. For what? Half of the money is all corrupt money. They stole. That's what they do. That's what anyone does. And anyone who become a government, they become a government just to pocket the money, just to help the family. They don't care about the poor people.
All right. You say they don't care about the poor people,
Because
but
because that's
yeah,
how
go on.
the guy in Kogi State, Delamo, that's how he became rich. The guy in Delamo in Kogi State become rich of doing that. Delamo, he wasn't rich. Why is he rich now? Because he went to Kogi State and stole the money. Now he became rich. That's a fact.
Who's that?
The guy
Which
in
guy?
Kogi State.
Yeah, Bello.
Yeah, that's how. I
Okay.
bet that's how he become rich. That's my opinion. I think that's how he become rich. He went to the government to become a government, stole the money. Now he's buying all this fancy cars. But he
No,
don't even like,
Dino Melaya, you mean? Yeah, no,
yeah,
not yeah. Okay, yeah.
yeah, my.
Mm.
I think Nigerian government to stop doing that. They stop doing that. Stop. If you want to become a governor, don't become governor just to go there to steal all the money, and you become rich. That you shouldn't be doing that. People are suffering. I think Nigeria should stop electing this type of people who just come here just to be
Well,
rich. They stop electing this type of people. They don't do
so
nothing to
say
Nigeria.
all of us, but it's easier said than done. We will all like that to be the case, but how that is the case is the
I think
million
when
dollar question.
Nigeria should create a law say if you're a governor and you steal money, you should go to jail. They should make a law in Nigeria.
No, the law is there, but
But no,
who will enforce it is the
yeah, but
thing.
I think they should enforce it because now people are getting away with this. Same with Anibal government. He built the airport, but he actually said, where's the money he built the airport for? Where's the money he get to build the airport? Who knows? He might be stealing money. Who knows? I like this project they build, government build. It's built by stealing money.
All right. Okay, stolen money, but Charles, it looks as though now we're getting some results from that NSAS that we had in 2020. Uh, one of the requirements of NSAS, one of the things that they put to the government was to improve the package of the police, and it looks as though they've now done that. Federal government increases salaries allowances for policemen. So what are you making of that? A minimum of a 20% increment right across the board,
You see, I
and
think
tax exemptions, etc.
yeah. I think the reason why they did it because they realized people angry and frustrated. The police officers not paying good money, and that's why they do all the killings. They get frustrated. If they pay them good money, give them good equipment, send the police to Nigeria. That actually help stop all these police killing innocent lives for no reason, killing innocent people for no reason.
Is that indicative of the fact that the government is listening? Then, if you are making these demands and they are acceding to it, is that indicative of a government that listens?
Yeah, Nigeria government listen, but Nigeria government don't do that. They're listening, but this is the more what Nigeria government should do. Anyone who's saying the truth about government should get out. They should know what anyone who's saying the truth should be now arrested. They take Igbo and Namkan out of jail. If they do that, then that should be a
No,
ideal
Nandekan
government.
is a gangster now. He should be, he's a
No,
gangster.
no. If they do that, that should Nigeria. That should the governments are dumb and idiots if they do that. Why
Oh,
should
oh,
why should you kidnap somebody from their own country, from their own will or why? That's illegal. That's illegal. 100% illegal. You should not kidnap someone from their own will. That's illegal.
all right.
Nigeria government doesn't know it's illegal, and all of them should go to jail. They know what they're doing. Why do you kidnap Nambikan? Everything Nambikan saying it's happening now. It's happening now. And now all of a sudden the government are crying. So they're being killed. Nambikan warned you about this. Look what happened in the north. And all the north government can't even go to their own village. I dare Buhari to go to his own village or not. I dare him to go to his own village and you see the killings. His own people are being killed. And he's the president of this country. Own people being killed and slaughtered. He did nothing about it. Look what happened in Northeast. Welcome taking Sokoto is being kidnapped. People kidnapped in Kaduna Expressway every day, kidnapped. People who traveling to the south. These people silent who live in the north are even scared for their life. They're even scared to talk to them. They have to fly a plane to get to the south. That's shameful.
All right.
Why are we doing this country? That's shameful. Why are we doing this country? How can people been killed? Nothing about it. People can't even drive. People are scared. People can't even drive no more. People been killed. And this government, this body's an idiot. He's standing there. What's them? Who dare him with them? How dare him with them? When people been killed, that gets a fully idiot. That gets to go to jail. I don't care. That gets
Buhari should go to jail.
He should.
And then the Kano should go to Aso Rock. I mean, this is what you would like.
Anyone say Namkan about silence or deceiving themselves? They're deceiving themselves. I swear to God. They say Namkan Abiyo up and they're deceiving themselves. They know the truth.
Would Nnamdi Kanu make a better president than Buhari? Oh, mommy has come again.
No, they're deceiving themselves.
Oh, all right.
I'm sure the South's gonna wake up.
All right.
Don't deceive him. Buhari is an idiot. People been killed and you do nothing about it. In the monster side, I get to go to international court. How can people be killed every day? Mothers are being raped. Children are being taken over by the village. People are being killed, slaughtered. Acting pleasant, happened in Benue State.
All right, Charles. All right, settle down, Charles.
For a while. I'm keep saying I do Nigerians and start listen and wake up from the sleep.
All right, settle down, Charles. Let me read this super chat that Alexander Gomez is sending in your direction, Charles. So he's commending you with this super chat. He says, Charles, for your dedication and input to this platform always, I salute you. You are growing in knowledge, becoming an integral part of the channel. Kudos. So that is Alexander, saying well done to you, as do us all.
I just want to tell this. I just want to help people to realize the truth. So
the truth. And what will the truth do?
The truth will help the people realize it's not too late to
it will set them free. The truth will set you free.
It doesn't care about you. Don't care about children. If you want to save your grandkids, save your grandkids' future. Think about their future.
All right. Thank you, Charles. So, Charles, let's go on to Ola just for reasons of time, but stay with us just for as long as you can. So, Ola, thank you for yielding the space to Charles. So, let me then take you, Ola, to this space. The Chief of Defense Staff speaks to a story, a narrative, an assumption that's been recurring within the Nigerian space for a long time, that they captured these Boko Harams and put them in uniform. But this is what Lucky Irabo says in response to that. No repentant Boko Haram fighter in the military. So those are his words. What are you making of it?
Okay. Let's, if what he's saying is the truth, then it's a very nice news. I don't want to call it a very good news, but it's a very nice news. And yet, recruiting repentant Boko Haram into the military may not necessarily be those people that are the foot soldiers. So when I heard that thing, although we know some of the sources that thing came through when I tried to do fact check, but then when you have a very critical government agency, that you have some kind of serious allegation against you as a critical government agency, and it's taking you almost 5 years to come out and debunk this type of the type of negative accusation against you, is shocking. So why now? Why didn't you do this thing to debunk this thing earlier? We've heard this thing a lot. I would tell you that if I told you that I never believed this thing is a lie, I believed this story for a very long time until I took my time to even cross-check, because it got to the state that that when it comes to this government, you can never take anything. You can never take anything beyond them. Because why will I say so? We have Undumen, for example. Undumen has been accused of being one of those people that sponsored Boko Haram initially, based on his activities in the Borno state. So it's still part of our leaders today, it's still part of decision makers in the country. And Jonathan said Boko Haram members were in his government. And these guys too, they'll be telling you that they have the name of Boko Haram members that they can announce. So when you see comments saying all those things, and they are not even acting to even to be decisive, Look at United Arab Emirates, for example. They were able to convince those people that they believe were helping Boko Haram do their money transfer, or try to do those people that they believe were indirectly involved in the sponsorship. Now, but our government, all they kept saying or keep saying is that, oh, we are going to publish the name. Oh, we don't want to publish the name, not to shame. Now, when someone now come out with some kind of fictitious story that the government, the military, our military, whether the army or air force or this thing, they are recruiting repentant Boko Haram members. How will you think that the public will not believe such stories? Because the government is not helping. When you see the government that is not helping, and how do you want to believe whatever that is coming out from the agency of the government? So to me, it took me time. It took me a lot to even believe that this thing never happened. And the fact that I even believe that it never happened, does that mean it has never happened? I'm not too sure. So even as I said, I'm not too sure. So let me just take the word of this man to believe that, okay, it's not happening according to him. Officially, at least officially, it's not happening. But is it possible that this thing is happening through the back door? Of course, yes. Anything can happen in Nigeria, right? So to me, it is good, at least for the image of the country, beyond the boundary of that country, at least to the international community, because they'll be saying, oh, you are recruit Boko Haram, this thing, and the international community must have heard that. Even those people that were on ground, that they would like to capture, they would like to trace the Boko Haram activities, and they would like to target, and you see the government blocking them, and you see the way the government has been protecting bandits and all this. So it is difficult to believe that they were not recruiting these people into the military. So to me, at least for the purpose of it, for the purpose of making statement, it is good. Whether we believe it in totality is another thing entirely. So congratulations to General Irabo.
All right. I think it's a bit of a nonsense because we've seen photographic evidence. There was one, Governor Masari of Katsina State, especially. There's a photograph circulating of him negotiating with insurgents and bandits. And the person that was leading this particular group of bandits, we then saw him in a subsequent picture with this same man with quite a unique and distinctive face features, which this same man now dressed in a customs uniform. So from banditry to a custom service. So we've seen that. So that does not cohere with what Lucky Rabo is having us believe. And like you said, I mean, this is a story that's been in circulation for years and years. So why has it taken them this long to come and debunk it, knowing how the story is being received and circulated within the Nigerian space? So I'm not quite sure if it's just talking for the purposes of just saying something, But let me take you to this, Ola. It says, at last, federal government increases salaries, allowances of policemen. So this is the offshoot of NSAS, one of their, was it 12-point demand or 7-point demand to increase the package of the police. So 20% increase right across the board from level 7 to 14 tax exempt, backlog of bereavement payments to be made. So is this then a sign of a government that is listening?
Honestly, when I heard that, I even laughed because, unfortunately, or should I say fortunately, if I want to say it from the point of my sentiment, the Nigerian police, they are not supposed to be beneficiary of the outcome of NSAT for now. For the fact that these guys, even though I didn't like the situation whereby they added the police monument to this thing, they should have gone directly to the agitation of NSAS. Now, but now it looks like they are the beneficiaries.
Is the police monument not one of the key mitigating factors for that space? Because, of course, a lot of it is to do with corruption and bad practices, and a lot of that finds its base in their poor pay. So, I mean, we went through their salary once, and it was just shocking. It's almost an invitation to steal what they were being paid.
I quite agree. I quite agree with your point, but my own sentiment is this: those guys, they were fighting for police brutality, and they just added that. like I said, I never believe that the case of the low salary. I know that low wages can create anything. I'm of the opinion that even if you pay our policemen even 300,000 every month today, their their taste will change immediately. You know, someone that is earning $50 before you know 50,000 a month, before you know 300,000 again will not be enough. It won't still stop anything. There are a lot to do for the police to reform them. This thing, this corruption sometimes is mentality. It's a mental issue. It's part of mental illness. Yes, truly, their wages. I know, we can say very small, but then is beyond that physical cash. How let me, because you see some people even in the private sector, in the banking environment, for example, you will see some people earning like as much as 15 million, 20 million a year, and they still even more than those people. They've even done worse than what you see the police officer and co doing. So this thing is the issue of corruption in Nigeria is a mental health issue.
How are you expecting a police officer to survive on a wage of 40, 50,000 naira per month?
No, like I said, I quite agree with whatever they are saying, but I'm just saying generally it's beyond that. The problem in the country is beyond. See, if you increase, like I said, if you increase the salary to 300,000 today, before you know what is happening, if inflation will catch up, and we should mind the fact that the fact that police are not the only people that are less paid in the country. The only thing is that they have opportunity to abuse the power. So they are the people that you cannot just trust with power. They are abusing it. Now, where I said it's unfortunate that these guys are the beneficiaries of the fight, the inside fight. See what they still did today, for example. Look at the northern guys that gathered themselves, that they are fighting, that they were calling for Buhari to resign, that they were calling for Buhari to do something about insecurity. Someone was even very happy to quickly cock his gun. That is the type of police that this guy are fighting for. You're fighting for the police that are killing you. So how is that supposed to be the wages? For example, you see protesters, you have canister like tear gas that you can use to dismantle. No, you are not doing that. The next thing, you are cocking a live bullet loaded gun. You were ready to even shoot. And these guys, they are there to fight for you. So to me, this exercise that time, I said that they should have gone on that brutality. If police want to fight for themselves, let them go and fight. Let them go and fight for themselves. Because if they were so happy with their situation, then let them keep killing people. But these people are protesting. They are even including you as part of the package to make your life better. But you could turn your gun and start killing these people. Say, why should I fight? So if you are going to kill me when I protest for you, why should I fight for you? So if that means that my troubles are not towards your kind of benefit that I want for you, then good. Now, one thing is for these guys now to increase the wages. I say I laugh. Why I say I laugh is this. You have a budget for next year, and I'm sure that part of wages will be part of that budget. And you are borrowing. You are going to borrow to finance the current expenditure. What is that telling us? It's going to even throw this country into the worst problem. Now, we've seen this thing before. Before Buhari came, a state like Osun State, for example, was going bankrupt. Yeah, the only thing is that they didn't declare Osun State bankrupt. As some others said, they didn't declare them bankrupt. For example, the other was when Okonjo-Iweala was so strict that time. Strict. The state, they kept borrowing money to finance a lot of white elephant project and some kind of indecent project there. Now they started deducting their money from the source. Before you know, the debt of the country balloon, and the country is under the debt today. Now, when these guys are increasing the police wages now, I'm not saying they should not increase it now. How are they going to finance it? What problem is going to what are
Well, they would have identified the source of financing before they made the announcement, and yes, the increasing police salary is not going to necessarily stop corruption, but
Of course,
certainly
yes.
it is a part of but certainly it is part of the problems that leads to corruption. So at least it removes that then as an excuse for corrupt practices.
So exactly, to me, to me, increasing that is even creating more tension in the country. If they are increasing police salary, let them increase all other workers, provided they can finance it. But the source of finance, that's what I'm just like. So, like in general, I don't know the politics behind this sudden increment, overnight increment. I don't know, because when you want to increase something, you should have basis for it. Yeah, the workers in Nigeria, are they well paid? No, definitely no. Now, why is it that they cannot spend whatever they earn today? Because our productivity is low. This guy should have spent more to reduce insecurity. People are talking of
So are you
shortage
saying
in
they
Nigeria
should
now.
not? Are you saying they should not have increased the police salaries,
The
their
police salary
package?
they increase for now. The current situation in Nigeria now, increasing police salary in Nigeria now. I foresee that is going to create more economic tension in that country.
How
Can
so?
these people pay? Can these people pay? That's just the money. Because when you are borrowing to finance your recurrent expenditure, for example,
So
so it means
they should not have increased it,
they should not have increased when you are even borrowing to
right?
even finance your recurrent expenditure, consumption. You are borrowing to do that. So it simply means that you are going to borrow more. That's what is telling us. So now, why are we borrowing more? That's the problem that you solve. Now, for example, now, well, when you sell bag of beans for like over 100 or over 100K, now what as the government of the country, what are you supposed to do? Someone earning minimum wage, for example, cannot even buy a bag of beans. That's the implication, right? So the bag of rice, if I don't know the price is over 30K, if the minimum wage is 30,000, for example, that means your minimum wage, for example, will not be able to buy a bag of rice. Those are the area that the government is supposed to add, because if you increase this thing by 20,000, we see them be able to buy a bag of beans. We see them be able to even buy a bag of rice. So government should go and
Okay.
tackle this.
Let me give you some data. Ola, this is 2021 figures. So a police recruit, salary per month 9,019 naira and 42 kobo. Police constable grade level 3, salary per month 43,293 naira and 80 kobo. So, and then constable level 10, 51,000, and on it goes. Police corporal 44,000, police sergeant 48,000, and on it goes. Sergeant major grade 6, 55,000. Sergeant major grade 6 to 10, step 10, 62,000. So these are the amounts that these police officers are being paid. Assistant superintendent of police, 144,000. So how that's not even a living wage, is it? How do you expect people like that to survive? How do you expect this the lowest person, the police recruit, to survive, or even the police constable to survive on 43,000 naira per month?
No, you are very correct, but unfortunately, police are not the only people that are supposed to survive in Nigeria. Teachers are there, local government workers are there, health workers are there. So many people need to survive, right? Now, for example, the people in the health sector too, they can start abusing their power too, just because they are not well paid. What of if
But they are
nurses?
already, are they not? How many times have they increased their salaries? They are constantly on strike.
I agree with you, but look at this situation. For example, what if nurses and doctors now start selling fake drug and start complaining that it's just because they are not well paid? For example, that's why I said everybody in Nigeria today is underpaid, apart from those people working maybe in telecom or in the banking system. Even those people in the banking system,
But
they're not.
The Nigerian population specifically requested that this be increased, especially for that sector, and the government responded duly. They requested, this is what they fought for it, not even requested.
No,
They fought for it. So,
I
and
agree
the
with you.
yes.
I agree with you, one man. If a police constable is earning, let's say 50,000 a month, for example, How much is 20%, for example? How much is 20%? The 20% of it will just be 10,000, right? It's going to
Right.
60,000. Will
So
he
that's
buy a bag of
10,000.
this?
No, that's 10,000 more than he previously had.
Exactly. Will that buy a bag of rice? Will that solve a problem? It's not going to solve any
No,
problem.
it will. It will, because that's 10,000 more than he previously had.
Yes, yes. But we are forgetting that whenever you increase salary to economically, the inflation will catch up with whatever you are
I
doing.
don't think I don't think the increment in police salary will cause inflation. How many police officers do we have? There's less than what, 200,000. I don't think that's going to lead to
Oh,
inflation anywhere.
no, okay, yeah, okay, you are very correct. But let's assume they are even increasing for all workers. Okay, let's assume if it's even police. Let's even put it in the police, and let's assume even the inflation is not even increasing. What will that 10,000 naira still solve? It is going to, the impact will not be so well felt. That's exactly what I'm saying, because bag of rice keep shooting up, bag of beans keep shooting up, and some of them that are not living in the barracks, they are living outside, they will still pay rent, right? To me, it's not changing much. The problem is this. But
They're tax exempt as well. They've exempted them from tax.
yeah, even if they are not paying taxes, for example, even if they are not paying taxes, okay, don't forget that some of these police, we are saying that they even give birth to children more than even those people that are well to do. Now, you even see banking executive now, maybe like a executive director, maybe they just have just two children, for example. These police we are talking about, they have like, some of them have like 6-7 children, for example, and they are now earning like 50,000, 60,000 a month. Will that stop them from going to that checkpoint and still harass people? No. That to me, no, it's not going to solve it. Now, because why am I shouting about this? Now is that on the surface, it is good to increase the salary, right? But will that solve the problem they want to solve? No, it won't solve that problem. The only thing the government can do is this: the government should focus on everybody in that country. Chase all these your Fulani men away from farm and let people go back and farm. Let beans and all this thing be coming from this thing. Let bag of rice that is over a bag of beans that is over 100,000 now come back to 30,000 or less than that.
Solve all of the problems all at once.
Okay, the problem of food shortage in Nigeria is not that difficult to solve. If this government want to do this, we know the genesis of the problem, because Buhari children are everywhere. Even where Boko Haram operate, for example, now you even collect money from the farmer before they can even harvest. They provided they do not distress. So Buhari children and Boko Haram, they've sent people away from their farm. Now the other thing you can do is that maybe you open the border. For now, if you know that you are incapable, you don't have capacity, let food come in so that we know that the food will flood market, and those guys are someone say I be police, I go cost you. I beg, don't cost me. I'm just saying that even if they increase your money by that 10K, it doesn't solve anything, okay? You know,
well,
it doesn't solve anything.
It does solve. I mean, if you have problems on a 30K and they give you additional 10K, then that problem is reduced by that 10K. So it's also a problem, because then you have more than you previously had.
Technically, I understand what you are saying, but
Yeah.
but the problem in Nigeria is beyond 10K. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I know, but that we can't just dismiss it out of hand. The proper pay for a police person at the entry level should be no more. A police officer in Nigeria at the lowest level should not be taking less than 80K home, given the economic situation and given the sort of job that they do. That should be the case, but that's not the case. So
should I tell you what I think? If we want to pay police based on the current inflation in Nigeria, no policeman should earn less than 200K. Because when you see how the inflation, when you use the way the inflation just increased from 2000 and from
no, but you don't pay it according to inflation now, because
exactly,
then you have a fluctuating wage scale.
Exactly, your wages should be able to adjust based on the inflation. So naturally, if we really want to face the reality, no police or no workers should earn less than 200K in Nigeria today. Because, but why am I saying this? When minimum wage was 18,000, for example, you will finally buy 2 bags of rice and you keep it there if that's what you want to do this month.
It's not really the pay, it's the cost of the inflation. So rather than increase the pay to however much you're suggesting, then they should insulate the inflation so that the wage actually has value. You know.
You get my point now. For example, now what's the basic thing that normal human being will need in Nigeria? You want to eat, you want to stay in a good accommodation, even just find somewhere to manage. But this money alone cannot even buy food. How much do you even use now to prepare soup now to feed family a day, for example? So that's what I'm saying. So to me, if you want to increase salary and you want to really make effect, you want to adjust for what we used to have in 1999, for example, you'll be talking of paying the minimum wage of 200K and let these people go and enjoy it. But this one, because I don't know, like I said, I don't know the politics behind this increment. I don't know whether it has something to do with the coming election. I don't know the basis of that 20%, because to
Well,
me
it's in
it's
response to
ridiculous.
NSAS, is it not? It's in response to NSAS? Would you know? Is that not?
Honestly, it doesn't solve it, because part of NSAS is this: you give these people good boots. Some people, you see police now wearing slippers. You don't even know whether these people are policemen or they are just touts staying on the road. In Nigeria, you don't even know the difference between armed robber and police. And this guy we are talking about, you see the rifle they are carrying. Sometimes they go to the local roadside weather to help them even fix something on AK-47. So a lot of things is wrong with the police that this 20% can fix. So basically what every Nigerian needs today is food for people to survive, because the main reason that you see people, if you give Nigerian food today, for example, they will forget about and security, they will forget more about what is happening in Nigeria. And there's a correlation between food shortage in Nigeria, the cost of food in Nigeria, and insurgency. So that is where government should focus on. And if you are sincere government, for example, if you cannot do that,
Are you saying the government is not focused on insurgency?
well, we are not seeing the results, because if government actually focus on insurgency, for example, why will some people still be collecting? How do you be collecting Ilẹ̀ from those people that are farming before they can harvest? You have to look at what was happening even around the Barapa, some Yoruba land sometime. I don't know, is it Barapa or something? I can't even remember. That you have to pay X-Men before you can even go to your farm to even this thing. So now it's even happening in Borno State, for example. You have to talk to Boko Haram people, you pay them fee before you can even harvest your food. That now where you don't even do that, where it is X-Men where X-Men are raining terror, for example, you see you have to pay them. That's if they've not destroyed your farm, you have to pay them before you can harvest your food. So those are the things they need to solve. So this ridiculous in paying police 20, that see, okay, let's see if it's going to take them away from the road. It's not going to. They will.
No, I don't. I don't think the expectation is that it will, but really, just for the balance of it is not right what they are being paid, and that needs to be corrected. And even that 20% does not correct it in any way, but it's an acknowledgement that the pay is just too low. It's not a living wage. They say your take home pay that cannot take you home. It's not a take home pay. Which home are you taking 40K to?
Do you know what the major point of my this is? I'm refused to get carried away by the pretentious government benevolence, for example. So for these guys to increase their wages by 20%, I think they are just taking our attentions away from some critical issues.
But if they had not done that, you would have said they ignored all the demands of NSAS in spite of what happened in that space.
Even to me, you can see now, apart from the fact that I know they are going to borrow to do this now, to me, I'm even offended by that silly increment. To me, we say it's something, right? Because that's one thing in Nigeria that they are still trying, they are doing something. To me, this even 10%, 20% we are talking about, if you look at this thing holistically, to me, this thing is an insult. Now, forget that we don't even know the detail of this 10% they are talking about. Is it 10% basic, or is the 10% the total remuneration? So we don't even know what percentage of that thing. Now we have We have people at the National Assembly that they are still denying the armed robber salary they are taking, for example.
No,
Now,
no, that's a different.
no, I know.
You
When we
cannot
want to,
expect parliamentarians to be paid the same as bobbies on the
I,
beat.
I know, but a serious government, knowing that we are borrowing to finance projects, that we are borrowing money for consumption, should even do something by even start reducing what they spend at the executive and legislative level. Then, by the time you are diverting all those things now, you will know that you are bridging the gap between those people that are redundant, they are pretending that they are doing something for us in terms of lawmaking, and those people that are really working. So, police 20%, I won't let that one shift my attention away from the core problem in that country. The core problem in that country is that our productivity has gone down and still keep going down since this guy has assumed power. So to me, no thanks. No thanks if you ask me. No thanks. So they should get lost without the 20% increment. It's fraud.
All right. Thank you. So let me take you to this space then. APC governors behind Buhari's reluctance to sign electoral bill are FALANA speculating, or even maybe asserting, we should say. But what are you making of that? He's saying that that electoral bill, for all its faults, will make it that much more difficult for them to continue their rigging ways. And a lot of these people, of course, that they know that they are in office not by the will of the people, are now strong arming their Boko from Daura not to sign that bill. So that bill came just before the last election, and he refused to sign it because it was too close to the election. So now we're getting perilously close to the elections again. So is he going to revisit that excuse? What are you making of the non-signing, non-assenting of the electoral bill?
Yeah, the only issue I see there is that for FALANA now is now the suddenly, whether unintentionally, is now the mouthpiece for this for Buhari and the Executive Council. Let me give an example. The Nigerian Police Council, for example, comprise all the governors of the state, and yet whenever they want to take decision, is the federal government already hijacked that police service council, for example. So the governors, they were supposed to be part of the decision makers, to even be, to even be very active in even getting approval for like the inspector general, for who is going to become the inspector general, and even the commissioner. When you see on that level now, suddenly federal government hijack everything, and the state governors, they become helpless. That's the story they paint to us now. Now, when it comes to political benefit now, because that's the way I see this thing now, all of a sudden, APC governors are the one that are not giving us that room for us to pass this, to sign this bill. To me, that's one of the worst excuse anybody can give, because whenever things favor Buhari and this thing, they will use their power all of a sudden to approve that. I think the issue of this lawmaking we are talking here, I think it is federal, right? It's not the state. Now, that thing belongs to the state, to the National Assembly. National Assembly straight to the president. I don't think governor will have to inform the president before he can assent to any bill. So the thing is, both all of them, they have one type of interest. They have some kind of interest. For example, if not, you won't be saying, you can't just when you want to use police to harass everybody, including the governor, including everything, you understand, all of a sudden you are not handicapped. But when you want to pass the law that will benefit the entire nation, suddenly you remember that the governors are the one now holding you back. I don't subscribe to that excuse. It's just like someone that has some kind of bad thing to do before, you now find some kind of leverage to prepare yourself to do that bad thing. And you now have an excuse now to do your evil. That's the way I see it. So it is now, for example, this bill that we are saying now, for example, if you look at the law of the country, if the president fails to assent to that bill, the National Assembly can form a quorum and pass that bill, for example. It's simply telling us that it's a federal issue, not state issue. So how come that the state governors are now holding the president back? That is where I'm now confused about what Uncle Falana SAN is saying this, because to me, it's a shock to me that Falana will be the person saying that. Maybe I know he must know something that we don't know. But to me,
I think because if you consider that, come in, Ajanle Koko.
Ola, you see, what Falana is saying there is that the governors are not happy with the new law, with the new electoral law.
Yes.
If the president sign it into law, that will prevent them, that will take away their power from controlling the party in their state.
Yes.
Because of the new direct voting. So they won't have that overwhelming power to control the primary. It's going to be free for all. It's going to be the direct primary will create a how do I say
a fair playground.
Yeah, fair playground for everybody. So they won't have that overwhelming control of the party. So that is why they are putting pressure on the president not to sign the law, not to sign that that bill into law. So that is what Falana is saying. Falana is not playing politics or just saying it to get a kind of a political leverage or something like that. So that is the point. All the governor doesn't like it, because that one will take away their power from controlling the party in their state. They will still have power to some extent, not overwhelmingly as they control now, because they are like God in that party, in every state. They want to appoint or nominate who is going to be the senator. They want to nominate who is going to be the House of Rep. They want to nominate who is going to be the state representative. They want to nominate who is going to be chairman around the state. They want to nominate all the council. So this new electoral law will take that power away from them. So that is what Falana is talking about.
I know. That's what, but you know where I'm confused is this. These governors, they have the same power to drag the police control space with the president. When we are talking of insecurity, for example, even the thing is affecting them, and they are core member of the police service council, for example. These governors, all of a sudden, they don't exercise their power. They delegate it immediately, everything to the president immediately. Now, but when it comes to political issues now, all of a sudden they realize they don't want something. I know the way they block the local government thing too, that local government should be taking the allocation directly. I know. But my problem is this. The federal government now that could take power away whenever they need anything that concerns them, like you see that I keep saying the police service commission, for example. Now, the federal government too, when you know you are doing something that will benefit the masses, they should wield the same power they used to hijack.
Buhari, Buhari is in a unique position because this electoral bill, it doesn't affect him personally in any way because he is out of situation in a couple of years. So it's not really his space, but it is still the space of the future and the space of his party. So they are weighing upon him that don't make these changes because he's good. And by the way, these governors, they just want to get their next term and then they're all right, but this is what Falana is speaking to, that Buhari is being held hostage by these people with all this vested interest. I think I lost my chain of thought there, but I think that's what he was speaking to. Yeah.
No, like I said, I got that point what Falana was saying perfectly. But the same Falana too could have said, because I know this is a lawyer that, when he listening, because Falana should have said Buhari too can assent and damn the consequence, because these governors now they are only looking at the immediate thing that is going to happen. When for example, when Fayose left Ekiti State, for example, now, despite the machinery at his disposal, for example, can he control Ekiti State now? No.
Well, sorry, what is your criticism of Falana? What are you?
Not criticism totally per se. He is making even the federal government looking handicapped. It's making the federal government look like they are the president is handicapped and they cannot do anything, when this is supposed to be federal matter. So why will you take the federal matter and you've been complaining? That means that every law you want to pass,
you see, it's the politics of it. You see, because like I said, Buhari is not in play, but his party is in play, and politics is in play. So he will yield to the governors. But if the Senate decide to, because they said if it doesn't sign it by the 19th, which is a couple of days away, then the Senate can just by 2/3 they can just bring it to law. So he can yield it to that space. But what Falana is highlighting essentially is that it is essentially the governors who are still in play that are the sticking point between Buhari assenting to that law or not. So but Buhari
exactly
he doesn't have to exercise federal might, because there's no benefit for him either way.
that is a problem of leadership we have. I remember the time of Obasanjo, for example. Although I didn't like most of those things that Obasanjo did, that Supreme Court will give judgment and everybody will be waiting for Obasanjo to give quiet before they will implement. Now, had this type of law happened under Obasanjo, and Obasanjo will be telling us that the one year group of governors are holding it back. No way. If this guy, you are to give leadership, and you know that some of these guys that we are talking about, or some of these governors, they are even anti-Nigeria even more than the president in some cases. They are more anti-Nigeria than even the president. You should have gone ahead and do the right thing and write your name in the golden book. That is exactly what I'm saying. Like what Falana was saying was right, but I was even expecting him to balance it to that the president can go ahead without even listening to the governor, since it is the matter for the federal, for the National Assembly and the president. It's just like the state governors that they are making their law in the state, for example. Even though we know that Garuba Shehu, I know he has been doing all these things since the time of when he was a spokesperson for Atiku. It has made this thing. Now the road, they were telling the state what to do, what not to do, and the state just they told Garuba Shehu that we don't have any business with what we do in our state. Buhari too should tell these governors that they don't have business. You should start giving excuse. Let him sign, and if he can't sign, let the Senate let them do the right thing. That's the way we agree. We can go forward. Otherwise, if we continue to listen to these governors, Nigeria will not move forward. That's just the way I see.
All right. Thank you, Ola. Let me bring you this story, Ola. Is one that I've not yet read out, but it says we will toll roads to repay infrastructure deficit. Emefiele. The governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, has said most of the roads constructed in the country will be tolled to repay the loans used to fund them. Emefiele said this on Wednesday whilst answering questions after the two-day retreat of the Bankers Committee in Lagos. He said, most of those roads will be tolled, and we know that in many other countries in the world, roads are tolled because those projects are commercially viable. They can be refunded with tolls so that the maintenance can be done on a regular basis, and people will pay for it and enjoy good roads and enjoy good facilities, because that is the only way we can fund the infrastructure in this country, which is the large amount of money that is needed. So what are you making of Emefiele's road assertion or in just comments to the space that they'll be tolling all the roads that they've built, Mallam Buhari?
You see, I don't necessarily against towing, for example. But the problem I have with this our officials, government officials, is they quickly bring something from other countries that suit their own analogy. For example, I don't know, maybe because of where I've traveled to. For example, I will give my province, for example. When I travel, the only place you see tour isn't it's not even whether they told that place. Maybe you want to go to a park and you need to buy a ticket there, all those things. Because when they say all these advanced countries, they told there this thing. Maybe Canada policy is different from some other areas. I can't. I've not seen a particular toll gate that to say, okay, you are paying this toll just because the money we spend on this infrastructure. I've never seen anyone since I've been in Canada. Yeah, I've been to UK. I don't know much of UK because when I was in UK, I didn't drive. So maybe there are some areas they told there, but I keep hearing this thing. I've driven in America, and in this thing, I've not paid. I've not been so unlucky to pay toll whenever I go to. I keep hearing this thing. Now, that's kind of thing that these people, whenever they say, good for them whenever they say. But now, is it that not that it's not that necessarily that I'm against paying toll or this thing? Because if you ask me, I'm even an advocate of that. And what's the reason I'm an advocate of paying toll is this: if even I'm an advocate of increasing the taxes you pay in the country, because I think that we need something that will push the citizen to get engaged in the governance of their country. Because when you don't pay enough tax, when you are not feeling the impact sometimes, when these people embezzle your fund, maybe you are so comfortable, but when you start contributing, because when I shout, for example, when I used to work in in Lagos State, for example, this is they used to deduct our money from the source, so we can't complain. But whenever I saw what they deducted from me that time, anytime I even got into pito like this, I feel the pain. I complain bitterly. Maybe that's one of the reasons I'm engaged. Well, maybe that's one of the reasons I keep talking, shouting on Facebook. Now, or maybe some people that do not even pay anything, that they just move freely. Maybe they don't feel all those impacts. And we need a framework. If it's towing, we make our people sit up and start asking the right question instead of hailing the politician. Maybe it's fine. Because one thing is to collect toll and use that tool now to fund the excess of the National Assembly members. And you see the like of Dino Melaye, so they will buy more houses in Dubai and Italy, everywhere. That is going to be very bad.
How would that system work? You are driving from Lekki, you pay a toll there. You are going to Ibadan, so you pay another toll there. In between that, you pay a couple more tolls, and then when you get to Ibadan, you continue to pay tolls. How does that tolling system work? Because of course, I mean, how do you go about a daily life?
No, you can always put a system in place not to overtax people if you really want to do that. For example, now someone that is paying toll fee in Lagos now, for example, if the thing is still covering the same road from Lagos to Ibadan, there should be a way. Maybe you swipe your card and access your account, okay, and check that you will actually pay and allow you to go. And for example, if someone is coming from Naija, you pay to somewhere at the area of a Lekki toll gate, for example, and you are going to Ibadan. So maybe another toll is around Ibadan. By the time you swipe your card, you already identify that you've already paid toll. So someone that is coming from Oregon that hasn't paid, that's yet to pay, will be able to pay. So you can do a lot. There's a way you can do those things. You can actually reconcile. Even double taxation that we keep saying, just because it's our corrupt tendency that we don't want to do the right thing. There are a lot of ways you can avoid double taxation. Just give your card. When you have a point of sales, when you are supposed to use that in swipe, when you swipe all those things, you should be able to go online and recognize that this guy has already paid. We don't need to double tax this person. So it's very easy to do. But my grievance is that you want to construct road and you want people to pay to. I don't have a problem with that. As long as you can use that money to help the people. For example, if putting toll gate on Lagos Ibadan Express Road, for example, will not make people spend like 10 hours on the road to the point that maybe one armed robber will come and some people will collect the asset or do those things. It's okay because it's saving people life, it's making people secured, and it's even saving their productive hours too. It's okay, but don't pay toll now and use that money now and give that money now to Tinubu, or you give it to this guy, to Dino Melaye. That's just my point. If that thing is going to make people to be more engaged in taking the government official to the task and asking questions, it's okay. But as it is now, I just see it as another way of exploiting people, because there won't be any sincerity of purpose for this. Now, even paying toll, for example, should not be the only way to say you want to realize the debt, the repayment for the debt, for the debt of what you borrow. A lot of it, when you create these activities, for example, it's supposed to open the economy. It's not supposed to be okay. For example, now maybe the road now that nobody, okay, you are producing in Lagos, you are producing in Ibadan, you are bringing things to Lagos. It's supposed to open that, for example. So maybe you have your abattoir in Ibadan.
You are saying that to avoid double taxation, but if you are already paying tax and then they are tolling you on the road, is that not in itself double taxation?
You know, there is a payee. It depends on the type of taxes you are paying. You understand? You know, towing now is another level of taxation entirely. So it depends on how they categorize the taxes. So to me, even with payee, you can even have your card if they factor all those in. For example, because you know it's not everybody that pay that have payee will be driving. So some people, they don't drive, they just enter buses. So how do you account for that? For example, so motorists are those people you want to tax, right? Even though I know that commercial vehicle, they will pass the cost to the passengers, but someone that is not driving, that is paying payee too. So is it right for that person to even pay taxes for what he's not using? So like I said, towing will make the government generate more revenue, can make them do this thing. But two, when you want to toll too, first of all, because what I want this government of this country to do is this: reduce the excesses of the political office holder first. If they start from all these political office holders, all these people that are taking home 30 million, that are lying to us that they take just 1.3 million, reduce this thing. I don't see why a senator should even be any more than maybe a banking executive. Like I don't see why a senator should be any more than 5 million a year, for example. They are supposed to be big men that want to help the country. They are not supposed to be the one that want to make the country. You want to, you see, you don't want to be transactional. You want the progress of that country to be your benefit. But unfortunately, these politicians, they see this position as a way to become Dangote and Abiola of this world. So start cutting their cost first of all. When you cut their cost and you now see that, okay, we need to move forward to build infrastructure, then you can tax people. But now, tell me, once you start collecting those things, these people, they will sit down, they will look at the revenue that come in. Okay, allocate this one to the National Assembly, allocate this one to the Judiciary, allocate this to the Executive. That's what they will do at the end of the day. That's why, to me, as it is now, I'm opposed to mounting toll gates. But if you are able to cut costs, and just because you have deficits in or infrastructure gap, you want to, you can tell people, you will know that you are solving their problem, not that you are exploiting them for you to sacrifice your excesses. To me, as it is now, honestly, well, maybe they create the toll gate that maybe it's going to make Nigerians now even stand up and fight back. I don't know, because by the time you make life more difficult for people, it's going to get a point that if you push the goats to the wall and the goat has nowhere to run, it will turn back. It's either he not the person that is trying to beat him, or he just, or the goat just uses his teeth to bite the person. So to me, I disagree with the towing based on the current arrangement. But if they can cut the cost across the government SSCs, then it's a good thing. At least you'll be able to spread the taxes across even those people that you cannot even account for their pay. Because, for example, now the MC Oluomo boys, for example, people like that, you can cancel all the money that they pay at their garage that you used to make the like of MC Oduomo to sponsor his children to American university, you can cancel all those things and you introduce toll gate, toll fee, and let them be paying to the purse of the government. But they should not use that revenue to now feed the National Assembly and the State Assembly member. That's just my own grudge.
All right, thank you, Ola. So let's go on then to Ajanle Koko, who has been patiently waiting. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Woma. How are you?
All right, good to see you, Ajanle Koko. So to the talking points, Ola and I somewhat disagree on this police pay that has been increased by 20%. I say that the NSAS movement requested this and the government acceded to it. Now, being a critic of the government, we cannot just blanketly ignore a situation or an instance where they now seem to be listening to the voice of the people. So would this 20% then speak to that space of a government that is listening to the wants of the people? What are you making of the police increase, 20% right across the board?
Well, the police salary increase is long overdue. Police in Nigeria are underpaid. They are ill-equipped. They are not well trained, and they are underfunded. And that's why we cannot, police in Nigeria cannot protect life and property, because they don't have all that it takes to do their job. They don't have it. They don't have a good pay. They don't have good equipment. They don't have good training, and they don't have that. All that is required. They don't have it. However, the salary payment, like I said here earlier, is long overdue. They deserve it. But I totally oppose the NSAS guy putting in one of their demand. Asking in one of their demand for police
salary increment package.
Salary increment. Yeah. That is
why are you why?
How can you ask for your oppressor to get more paid and come back to oppress you? How can you ask for your oppressor to be well paid? It's none of their business.
But they will argue that it's the poor package that is leading to the oppressor being an oppressor. That is what they would argue back.
No, oppressor is oppressor. There's nothing that will change Nigerian police from being an oppressor. The only thing that can change them is they need reorientation completely. They need reorientation. They need a new set of leadership that can, they need a kind of program that can change their psyche. The training that Nigerian police went through, inside that, what they call police college. That police college they went through before they are finally recruited into police, before they are finally given that uniform. They went through hell. It's like they are taken through a kind of psychological torture, and that the moment they are given the uniform, they are given that power to go out there, to go and oppress people. go out there and unleash terror on the people. That is the training they got. They are never well trained. They are never well trained on how to engage people. They are never well trained with public relations skills. They were not given that training. The basic principle of law. Police should be able to know it. But Nigerian police don't know.
You are right. I don't think they know the law that they are meant to uphold. So they just make it up as they stop you and then start making up. You see countless clips of somebody being stopped by the police. They are asking for one. There was a guy that they stopped and they were asking him what his job is. And the guy said, no, whatever my job is no concern of yours.
That's right.
Do you want to see if my documents for this vehicle are regularized?
Yes.
And I'm the owner? Yes, ask me that. And the officer was trying to get funky, and the guy said no. So he was just making up laws that he was just, I'm wearing uniform, I'll ask you anything. You know, that sort of nonsense.
That is the training that was given to them, one man. There's no amount of money that will be paid that will change their psyche. They are never trained to engage well with the public. No. Before they even get admission into that police college, they bribe their way through to get it. And they went through horror in their training. Go and look at the police college. Go and look at their hostels. It's worse than poultry farm, where the hostels of police in training. Go and look at it. And the moment they are hired, the moment they graduated and are given uniform, the task that is given to them is to go out there, go and unleash terror, go and make as much money as you can and bring it home to we the boss. That is it.
Can I interject?
Oh yeah.
Yes, one man, everyone, good evening. To buttress what you just said now, I have a cousin that is a police officer. He told me categorically that all this bribe on the road, this blockage, it is not their own thing, that they have been directed by the DPO of the station. They give them targets. You have to bring 100,000 when you go out today. 50,000 is for the DPO. 50,000 is for you guys. They give them targets.
Yes,
so
I think so. Yeah.
Forget about, even if they give them 100,000 increase today, average policeman will not stop extorting Nigeria because they have backing of the leaders. The DPO give them targets.
You know that target, it escalates up to the point of the Inspector General. So the Inspector General, he has an expectation of like a ₦1 million a month per department. So they have to deliver however they deliver. And of course, the guy will want his own cut. So he will take 5 million, hand over 1 million, because he knows that the Inspector General is getting from all over the space. The sergeant that has to go and collect, he will. So there's a whole system all the way to the top of just.
One man, let me just finish this word. One man, please. He said they give them targets. If you go out there, you don't meet that target. He said sometimes they will put their own money in the target to satisfy the DPO, so that next time they are going for patrol, they will nominate you. If you don't meet that target, next time you are going to be on the counter. Then where you are on the counter, you can't make money on the counter much. So it's the total system is messed up, from the DPO to CP to DTO. The utter everything is corrupt. So if they give them 100,000 increase today, they will still be extorting because it came from the leader. It's from the top. Ajaliko will continue.
Yes, when you see police sergeant whatever on 43K building 2-3 hotels, then of course, then I mean, building hotels,
Uh-huh.
because you have them a lot in especially the South. Yeah.
Yeah. So so they don't give them the right training, and they don't have the basic knowledge of the law, because they are the one that implement the law. But what do they know about the law? They don't have that training. So and they are ill-funded. Do you know, as of today, police station, every police station, maybe the running cost for every police station per month maybe is 25,000 naira.
Ajaliko, 15,000.
Okay.
15,000.
The last time that I read about it, it's like maybe they said it's 25,000. So what will 25,000 do to run a police station effectively in a month? One man, look, if you go to Nigeria, try and just go close to where there is police station. You will shake your head that human being can be in that building working, working in that building that you will see look so terrible. Inside there as well, some people are locked up inside there. That is so terrifying it is. Me looking at it, you just shake your head that can human being be walking inside there as police officer, and inside there you are looking at that look so horrified to you. Some people are locked in that there 24 hours.
It's a terrible system. Because I know where they are in Ikeja, and I'm trying to go by memory. It's just a grim looking, really depressing, rather daunting look. It's just an awful system, It's dirty.
Yes.
It's disease filled,
Oh, Lord.
It smells like hell,
Ah, man. So,
so they can have their 10,000 naira, but that's not even the beginning. But like you said, a complete overhaul is really what we need of the system, because the policeman in Nigeria, so long it's just if he cannot see something like a physical crime, he doesn't know beyond that, and he doesn't even know beyond the physical. They will ask you where to produce receipt for your laptop. What is the meaning? Has anybody declared a laptop missing that you're asking me to produce a receipt for a laptop that is in my possession? Is anybody challenging my ownership of it? So they just make up the law. Open your boot. Why do you have 2 tires? This is what law enforcement. It's just a total nonsense. All of it.
Do you know that in Nigeria they're looking for expired tire? They look at your tire. They say, "Oh, this tire is expired." Tired. Tire or under your vehicle, they say it's expired in Nigeria. My uncle said he told them that
if you don't hand over that 1,000 naira, you are not living there. They will, They will ask for the receipt for the Ankara that you are wearing. That show where you bought the Ankara and how you paid the tailor. This is the thing.
So, as I was saying, look, I did not like the NSAS demanding for police salary increase. It's none of their business. Police are oppressors. You don't ask for better life for your oppressors. Since they know how to oppress, they have that energy to oppress ordinary folk on the street, but they don't have that energy to go and fight for their salary. What is your business in that? That is the stupidity I saw those NSAS did. It's none of their business. It's none of their business. The mad word is directly concerns you, not the police. Don't demand for anything for the police.
I think they put that insertion just to signal that they are not necessarily anti-police. They're just anti the system the way it is.
Well, but that's a wrong judgment. It's a wrong decision right there. It doesn't concern them. They are anti-police. They should let them know they are anti-police behavior. Their behavior of killing people, of molesting people, of torturing people, they should stand up against them, that we are anti these people. These people hate us as human beings of this country. And it's our tax money that this our tax money that pay their salary, buy the uniform for them and do everything. Do you know that police, they buy their uniform by themselves? Oh, they don't give them that uniform for free. Oh. They have to pay for it. That's to tell you how that country is completely messed up. Police officers buy the uniform and their boot by themselves. It's not given to them for free. The gun you see them carry, the bullet they carry in that gun, they have to pay for it, even though they are taking it out to carry out official assignment. They pay for the bullet. So the moment at any time they fire a shot, it is money going out of their bullet. If they can keep, as long as they can keep that bullet intact and didn't use it, yes, their money is still intact. But the moment it's fired, to replace it, they have to buy. That's to tell you how rotten that system is. And we think that these are the police officers that will protect life and property. Oh no, they are not there to protect we the people. They are there to protect the criminals in government. That's it.
You know, there should be a walkthrough of the policing system in Nigeria, because as you're saying, protecting life and property, you hear all the time, and you are saying that they get 25,000 naira to run a police station for a month. So that then speaks to that story when they tell you they have no petrol for the vehicles.
Yes.
So how are you able to fuel vehicles to attend
to
emergency with 25,000 naira? So they are asking them to self-generate money. That is
self-generate money.
So, but then how do they do that? Is the next question. So they have to do that through penalizing criminality. You know, yes. So they then go. So the system is built for corruption. Essentially,
is built for corruption, and
there's the training. You cannot really blame them. The way when you pay them 40,000 per month, 20,000 to run station, and you ask them not to be corrupt, how is that a possibility? You're not asking them not to. You're telling them to go out and rob. That's what you're telling them.
Yeah, that is the way. That is the training given them in the police college. That is the way the system is run, and they cannot stop running it like that. They can't stop running it like that. Salary is not going to stop. It's not going to stop them from extorting from that extortion. So salary is not going to stop them. If they increase, let them increase it by 50%. Let them increase it by 100%. As long as that reorientation is not there in totality, and reorganization of that structure is not there.
Just to look at the counter argument, Janle Koko, if the salary and the package is sufficiently attractive enough, then you would argue, attract a better quality of a person, which would then give us a better form of policing. So if their package is attractive enough, then somebody of a fair education goes in there, and with a fair education, a fairly balanced mind, and then you begin to see now the green shoots of proper policing. So is that not an argument?
Oh yes, good salary with can motivate them to do a better job, but good salary cannot do it alone. You know, the total reorientation of the police department or police force, they call them in Nigeria, is necessary. You have to reorientate them. You have to give them adequate training and retraining. You have to equip them. You need, they need a total new direction for the police force in Nigeria to carry out a good policing of our society. But if you don't do that that overhauling of the system, we can't get any result, a positive result from our police force. We cannot get it. You need them to be well paid, and after retirement, gratuity, pension, and other entitlement they are entitled to while in service and after service. Everything should be in place. Good training and retraining should be there. Good environment, good leadership. I mean, a lot of things, and they have
in this country, in this country, police is one of the better jobs you will get. Yes. Get respect. You get a very, their package is just, it's a top level package. Oh, yes. And then when you leave the force, you're just taken care of all the way through. And you get a lot of concessions, Yes. They'll just some housing system, they'll give you some stipends towards owning your own home. Just the package,
Yeah. There are some
police and nurses they're taken care of.
They give them special package and everything. If they want to go and buy a house, they give them some kind of concession that they won't give up. In terms of maybe they have a special rate for them. If they want to buy a car, they have special rate for them. And if they retire from service, they are applying for job and they give them priority over us. Those are the things to motivate them and feel that, okay, let us serve our fatherland. If anything happened to me while in service, yes, they will take care of my family. After service, after I left, leaving the service, yes, I won't suffer. That will give them that sense of commitment. But the way it is now, it is in Nigeria, no, it is not there. It's just an establishment to extort money from people and oppress people and kill people if it is necessary, and then protect the criminal leadership in power, and then and that's it. And that is the way it is. One man.
All right, thank you. It looks as though Lord Michael agrees with you, and his super chats too agree with you. So this is what Lord Michael is saying via super chat. He says, it is stupidity, in my opinion, to advocate for the police as a civilian. They are adults and can do so for themselves. So it's a funny thing, thank you for the super chat, Lord Michael. It's a funny thing, the NSAS people, they are on the streets battling for police, better pay for police, and the police are gunning them down for doing that. Is that not the funniest thing? They are fighting for you to get a better life, and you are gunning them down. It's just a bizarre.
Okay, look at it now, one man. What have they got? They're fighting for police to stop extrajudicial killing, molestation, extortion. What have we got? What has the NSAS got?
Nothing, but the police got a nice yum out of it. Look at that. They get 10,000 more to buy extra bullets.
Do you know one funny thing is this? When people say because of the salary is the reason police are so corrupt. I remember sometimes ago, before now, that even the military, the gap between the police and the military then, the gap between their pay, not too wide. When they started mixing the military with the police, the military were preventing the military guy were preventing the police from taking bribe. In fact, there was some time that even would lead to serious physical fights. But you know what it was there, because and police were complaining that time that it was because of the salary, right? But soldiers were against them, that they were corrupt. That's a lie. But today, if you put soldiers at the what I'm trying to say, that the police now, they've extended they've trained the military. That when you see the military on the road now, they are doing exactly what the police are doing. So the same military that were not collecting bribe before, now, you know, they were telling police that time that it was an excuse, that not because of that pay, they are now doing the same thing because they've been trained by the police. So this thing in Nigeria is mentality, and total reform is what we need. Yeah, increase the salary. You know, police used to collect money right from the time of Awolowo when they were using Mark 4, and they were using that what's the name of that the color of that uniform, when they were carrying
blue and black.
Blue and black. They were collecting, you know, they were collecting bribe then. Then they will carry that gun and they will say, give us money to buy bread and sardine. You know? So look at that time with free education for the children, they were well taken care of, everything, they were still collecting bribe. So this thing is all about mentality. Increase the salary, make them okay, but trust me, these people, they will still collect bribe.
But increasing the salary is part of the process. But the reorientation that Ajanle Koko was speaking to is part of that process too. But that reorientation is something that must happen because, you know, they are just not built for the purpose that they're there to serve. They're just not fit for purpose, the Nigerian police, you know. They are not well trained. They are not well paid. I don't even know what the entry level is for the Nigerian police, but you don't see any understanding. Most of them can barely. You have to be able to communicate in English to be a police officer in Nigeria now. I mean, you have to.
Some of them are dropout, high school dropouts.
You have to be able to communicate in English because I'm a Yoruba man. You are a Hausa police officer. What language are you going to use to interact with me? Is it Oga Jankonde? Is this the Oga Jankonde? I don't speak Jankonde now. So there has to. What is just so much needs to be reformed. But the salary I agree with, but then the orientation, the more important one. You know, a complete top to bottom retraining, all of them. Yeah.
Yes.
I suggested something for the Nigerian police, although some of my colleagues then quickly shot me or say I'm thinking like Canadian foreigners. I said one of the reasons that Nigerian police find it easy to collect bribe is that because you group them together in a pickup and you drop them somewhere. I said by the time you start equipping them like the police said, you just have one van to a police officer or maybe two of them. They start patrolling instead of mounting this thing, so that you don't allow them to be like 4 or 5 where they can stop and park their pickup somewhere and be collect. Everybody in his own car, let them get the education they'll be staying. So let's see how one person will just Monday and start stopping people and start collecting money. If any day we can equip our police like that you disperse them, you don't allow more than 2 in a car, it's going to help to stop them collecting bribe. But you need to spend money.
Yes, and their uniform should not have pockets either. But no, they shouldn't have pockets. Because is that not? I think that might well be the case in some countries that the police uniform does not have pockets.
Well, they will put the money in their pants.
What should they be
police?
What should they be? They don't need a pocket, you know.
Our police, they will innovate. They will innovate.
Because what they you know, in all of these places that they mount, they always have some designated small boy that they will be giving the money to. You understand? So there'll be some small boy, maybe he's the one selling the fruits around the corner or something that they was giving. Yeah. So that's what they do. But thank you for that. Let me take you to this space, Ajanle Koko. This now, I thought there would be a lot of pushback on this, but Ola seems to agree, which I don't. We will toll roads to repay infrastructure debt. Emefiele is saying this. So I'm just now wondering what that would mean, just driving on the roads in Lagos or even interstate, when you'll be paying toll after toll after toll. Imagine driving from Lekki to Ondo. You pay a toll in Lekki toll gate, you pay one in Lagos Ibadan, and then you hit another state, you pay there. By the time what does that mean, Ajanle Koko, and how are you reading that? They want to toll roads to repay infrastructural debt.
Is a form of taxation. And Nigerian people are going through the torture of taxes, different taxes everywhere. So Emefiele is saying that they are going to put toll on every road to generate revenue to maintain the road. It doesn't make sense to me. And why it doesn't make sense to me is that what is it that Nigerian people are going to enjoy from their government? What is the responsibility? What service would the government render to the people? What is that service that in Nigeria today that government renders to Nigerian people that they can beat their chest and be proud of their nation? When your security is not guaranteed, if God bless you that you are rich, you have money, you have to provide your security. Water is not there for you, no pipe-borne water. You have to dig borehole in your house for you to get water. Electricity is not there. You have to get your generator. So the road, most of the road are bad already. And you are voting, you vote every year for road construction. You vote every year for road repair. Yet, we don't see the road. The little that you build with humongous amount of loan that you borrow. Now you say we have to pay toll to move around our country. What is it? What is it that is left? What is it that we have in the country that we can be proud of, that we can enjoy in our country? The service that we can look up to from the government. Is any other services, any services?
I cannot see why this is not already captured in your income tax or whatever tax that if you're already paying tax as a earning person in the country. Yes. I don't kind of, because what is the tax for other than to provide
what is the tax for?
Services and amenities? You know, that is what the tax is. I mean, what is the tax for? If
what is the tax for God's sake?
And then you are paying to drive on the road, then what is your tax for? You know, so this is the thing.
This is public road, for God's sake. And we have to pay to fly on that road? So, like one man was saying, so if you leave Lekki, the moment you are jumping on Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, you have to pay tax. Maybe when you get to Ibadan, between Ibadan and further up, you have to pay tax, another toll. And so on and on. And when you are coming back again, you will pay tax to them. What is it that we can enjoy again in that country? Tell me. Can somebody tell me? what is left for us to
There's
enjoy
nothing
as a
left,
nation.
because I mean, if they're saying they're going to exempt everybody from tax, and the countries then pay as you go, then we are running a pay as you go country, but you can't pay tax and then be taxed again for
And be
amenities
taxed
that
again.
you paid tax to have built. You know what I mean? What was the? It's just is the height of ridiculousness. But of course they will do it, because we know how they are.
Oh, they will do it, but the people in the country will not stand up against them. This is where people should stand up against them. You fail in your responsibility. We are not the one to pay for this road. We already paid our taxes. If you know the amount of tax that Nigerians pay, Nigeria pay double and triple, and for the same thing, the government will come out with different name and different name. Different name of taxation on the same thing. And they will collect the tax here and there, here and there, and you don't see anything done with that tax. They are failed completely in Nigeria. So except Nigerian people stand up and fight for their right, they are not going to give anything for the people in that country to enjoy anymore. No government services, no government service work anymore. No government service work. So it is just look, there's nothing wrong in paying tolls sometimes. There's nothing wrong in it. But you went and borrowed billions that we, the people, did not approve. And you didn't do your homework well on how you're going to pay that tax, and you want to force it out from us. No. The people should stand up against them. They are the one that didn't build road. They come out with budget everywhere, capital project every year. What have they done? That is where the scrutiny should come in. People should scrutinize what they have done with every year budget, what they budget for on capital project. What have they done? What have they achieved?
All right. Yeah, Ajanle Koko, you say the people should stand up. And for the people to stand up, of course, they have to vote them out of power, because that is what our people standing up would mean. But how is that a possibility when Buhari appoints his in-law emir of Bichi's ex-girlfriend, other questionable characters as electoral commissioners? So now this lady now that was appointed electoral commissioner for Delta, I think thereabout, her name escapes me for a moment. Yes, May Agbamuche Mbu, that's her name. But she, of course, a girlfriend of Emir of Bichi, who we all know that Buhari's son just married a few weeks ago. So he sends the name of his girlfriend to Buhari to appoint as a Inec commissioner, and that is alarming. But amongst those commissioners was a person that was arrested and prosecuted in America for money laundering $16 million. So he's amongst
one man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got some distraction here. So what is it again? I didn't hear you.
No, I was just going off the back of what you said, that the Nigerians should stand up. And I was saying for the Nigerians to stand up, they have to vote these people out of power. That is how they can stand up. But I was then querying how they are able to stand up, and going on to the next headline that I wanted you to tackle, which is how the emir, how Buhari appointed his in-law, emir of Bichi's ex-girlfriend, other questionable characters as electoral commissioners. So the emir of Bichi, his girlfriend, a lady called Agumute Mbu. So and the emir of Bichi, by the way, you remember that Buhari's son just married his daughter not that long ago. So he sent his girlfriend's name to Buhari to make an INEC commissioner. So her name has been sent to the Senate, but along with her name are also names of her characters that were arrested and prosecuted for money laundering in America, $16 million, So
Wow.
they are now INEC commissioners. And then, of course, names of people that's just added onto it. Temi Silva sent his own man to INEC, and they approved the name. Mohammed Yakubu, the Mahmoud Yakubu. So questionable characters essentially being sent as INEC commissioners. So how then do we effect this change? So just to that space, Emir of Beach's girlfriend replaces Loretta Onoche as the choice, the umpire for politics in Nigeria.
Well, if Nigerian people have Senate that work for them, I think they will go through screening at the Senate. The Senate should be able to, point to their face, their questionable, their questionable character. So, but being what it is that we know that is party government that they are running in Nigeria, that is not going to, it's not going to happen because the Senate we have now is a rubber stamp Senate. It's a Senate that under the
you know what came to my mind when you were just saying that the Senate should be able to point to they should query them and question their questionable character. You know what came to my mind? It just came to my mind instantly. That clip you sent me when Rotimi Amechi was being queried in this same manner, and Femi Agbajabe came and he just pulled the guy off the seat and threw him and said, "Why are you questioning? Why are you asking him why he stole the money?" So this is the thing. We already know. So it's just
it's not going to happen. It's party government and the Senate we have with Lawan being the rubber stamp of the president, they will pass it to go. And the unfortunate aspect of it is that when you have people with questionable character, people that are not does not merit a very sensitive position, the outcome is always come out disastrous. They won't, because they don't merit it, they don't have the competence, and they were just put there by favorism and maybe nepotism sort of influences, and they will just mess up. They won't be able to do their job well because they know they don't merit it in the first place. So they will yield to the dictation of those that put them in that position. So definitely they were put there for a purpose, to carry out a particular purpose.
I cannot see
what sort of rigging election, and they will rig it well because questionable people with questionable character would do anything to retain an exalted position.
It's like putting a cat in charge of fish, isn't it? I cannot see what sort of Emir of Beach's girlfriend and electoral. I mean, it's just come on, man. So we are not practicing anything that is just democracy in that country. Essentially, it's just the whole system is just rotten from top to bottom.
Yeah, it's just a bad system that cannot achieve anything good for we the people, but rather for those criminal in government. That's it. They are running the country for themselves, for their benefit and their family, not for the generality of the people of that country. So it's unfortunate that this is what we have, and that is why I said earlier, and I say all the time, that people in that country should stand up and fight for their rights. They shouldn't wait. That they should not vote for these parties we have that have dragged us to the point where we are today. They should just take that courage. Let's just do it. That is the only way out.
You know, people are finding that courage now, but because we are seeing what is going on in Kano State now and in Abuja as well with this, whatever their hashtag is. So they are hashtagging in the north now. But you just see that it's just, I think we tackled it earlier in the day, isn't it? With the protest in the north. But it's just a satellite group. But that is just showing. But all these organized protests, they don't really have the potency. But the real protest that will ignite that change in Nigeria will be a spontaneous protest.
Yes.
Not one that is organized, because organized protest is almost like a political movement. But a spontaneous, like what happened with the Arab Spring, when I think it was like a shoemaker that was shot or something in some Arab country, and those people said,
Tunisia.
"No, we cannot do this anymore now,"
Yeah.
and that just took off, and the whole region.
And everywhere consumed.
So it's not all this organized.
Oh, it's coming.
They go
one
into
man.
front of the camera and they start to speak excellent English. It's not excellent English protest. It is from the street protest. It's the people. When somebody is already speaking too much grammar as a protester, then you know that it's politics, not protest. And they speak English better than the Queen, and they say they were fighting. No.
One man is coming. People are going to fight. Particularly next year, which you expect.
Spontaneous combustion. This is what you want.
It is coming. Whether they like it or not, it is coming. Their days are numbered. With the people, we sweep them out. They will never see it before. Next year, they are going to take out the subsidy on petrol and other things that are going to, and they are going to increase. Look at one man.
It's going to be some policeman that will attack some driver that is already paying through the nose for petrol. And then that will lead to some kerfuffle. And people that were already pent up, they will wait then on that policeman. And then the whole place will implode. And then it will just...
And it will spread like a wind fan. Yeah.
So that's the protest. It's not all these Adiabota people going in front of camera speaking English.
Eating chicken.
Yes.
Pepperoni, and they are displaying on Instagram. They are popping up champagne. And they are eating rice. And you see some guys from Mushi. They said from Agege, they are going to Lekki to demonstrate. They said there are plenty of food there that
it's like, have a party, all these people, they are live stream when they are live streaming protest on Instagram, and they are wearing thick glass sunshades with skin tight or something. It's just a nonsense, isn't it? That's a nonsense,
And they are requesting, and they were requesting for police salary increase. Now police got the salary increase, and
that's too intellectual. Yes, that's too. When a protest is to that level of asking for police salary increase, that is too intellectual.
That's too intellectual. You're right.
That's too. A protest is suffering people saying they don't want to suffer anymore. A suffering man doesn't care about police salary now. So it's suffering people saying they don't want to suffer anymore. But let me take you to the space, Ajande Koko. No repentant Boko Haram fighter in military, Chief of Defense Staff, Lucky Irabo. So that story had been in situation for years and years, but he finally comes to that space. And Ola was querying that why would they let it hold for so long if it wasn't the case? So what are you making of Irabo's assertion that they don't catch and recruit, which seems to be what we believe?
I think I agree with Ola. Why should it take too long? This news about police, Boko Haram in Nigerian military, recruited into Nigerian news. We have been, I've been in the news and in the space for over a year, or maybe going to 2 years. We've been hearing about it. You didn't make any attempt to come and debunk it and tell us your own position about it until now. Oh, they are not. Why would we believe them? Are they what Nigerian military doesn't represent? They are not a reliable. You can't rely on what they say. They lie a lot. every day. They run. I never seen a nation run like this. Military lies. Lai Mohammed will come out and lie on behalf of the government. Every government agency, they lie all the time. EFCC lie. I mean, sorry, I say EFCC. I mean, DSS will lie. Police will come out and lie. Ministry of Finance will lie. I mean, for God's sake, what kind of country is this? For God's sake, a government that run with lie. They run government with lie, with propaganda, with. I mean, I cannot imagine it. So this military man that is saying this, I don't believe him. I don't believe him. We have watched several videos. We have seen several things. We see some they said they are repentant. I think if I could remember, I think Lai Mohammed has said it some times ago that there is nothing wrong for Nigerian military to recruit repentant Boko Haram into the military. Once they have been, when they are they have equal right. They are Nigerians, and they can be. I think if I could remember, I think it said something like that. That the Geneva Convention, the Geneva Convention does not give them the right to kill them, and they can be rehabilitated, and once rehabilitated, they have equal right like every other citizen to be recruited into the army or into any government job or something like that. I think Lai Mohammed said something like that sometimes ago, if I could remember. I'm not so sure though, but I think he said something like that. So if this man is saying this, they didn't do it, I cannot believe them. I can't believe anything, because several times they have lied that they overrun Boko Haram, and Boko Haram will come back the next day and then show that very place that Nigerians army said they overrun and they took over. But Boko Haram will come the next day and show them, and even show Nigerian army equipment they capture, their truck, camp, their base that are taken over. They will show it. So I don't really believe what that man is saying. I cannot believe it. I can't believe him. There are several times they lie too. They rescue some people, but those people said they didn't rescue us. That we run away. God help us to run away from the camp. I mean, where the Boko Haram people kept us, and we just run away to one village. It's those villagers that handed us over to the army or to the police. But Nigerian army came out and said they rescued those people. Army, do you think that is an army?
Ajaliko, can I say something? You remember the student that the parents pay almost 150 million to rescue them, and government came later that they are the one that rescued them. You remember those students?
Oh yeah. Those parents, they denied. They said no.
They denied that they should come out. We paid to our nose. I sold my land. I sold my house to rescue my kids.
Thank you. That is true. The parents came out and said Nigerian military is lying, that they didn't rescue, that they went and paid the bandit to release their. They are the one that released that. They didn't rescue them, but they post on the TV, we rescue these people. Imagine one man. For God's sake. Military lives. Military. Huh.
It's quite a thing, but it's almost. I think maybe they would have just asked him the question, and he would have felt he had no choice but to say something like that, because Yes, I don't think anybody takes that seriously. But finally, Ajanle Koko, let me take you to one last talking point, and then I'll go on to Thomas. So this space now, APC governors behind Buhari's reluctance to sign electoral bill. So this is Femi Falana making this comment to the space, but what do you understand by that, Ajale Koko? Okay.
I think Falana making that statement is just trying to expose the governor to the public that these are the people holding your progress backward. These are the people that do not want you to get freedom. These are the people that want to continue to oppress you. So stand up against them. Shout against them. The electoral law that will give you, some little bit of freedom for you to choose whoever you want. For you to elect through party primary somebody to represent you. These are the people that doesn't want that law to come into play. So that is the way I see it. He is just trying to expose them to the public, and what he said is actual fact. These governors are the god of their party in each state. They have the power to hire anybody and fire anybody in their party. Anybody that is not their favorite, they make him suffer in that party. They control the party machinery in each of their states. They is the person of their choice that they will make the chairman of the party in the state, the chairman of the party in each local government of their state. We are not talking of the local government chairman. Oh, that one is another one. Oh, but the party machinery of the state, they is their man, and each of the local government is the person of their choice, and every nominee of the party must be person of their own, because they have so much money. You cannot fight them with money because they have money. They steal from the public fund to run the party. Everybody surrender to them. They have their aim their aim and objective is the same across the country. If the president say he's going to do something different from what they want, they will ask that president to open calabash. They are very powerful in each party. Those governors that you are seeing, they are very, very powerful. They are the financial backbone of every party. Without them, the party will not have money to run their activities. So, for Buhari not to have put his signature, not to have approved this thing, is because they are threatening him. They must be telling him, okay, do it. You will see us. Your own candidate will not win election in this ground.
I think the Nigerian citizen is just incidental to the Nigerian state. I think we're just a bit of an annoyance to all these politicians as they go about their business, because they are more interested in transacting their horse trading than anything to do with the people.
Yes, you're right.
Sign the electoral bill so that the people at some point in life can get a government of their choice.
Of their choice.
I mean, do you not want that, or what is holding him back? Does he not want the people to have a government of their choice? Because that is the counter argument to not having it. So we've been able to arrive at a point where we can have some election that begins to look like something that the people want, and you are all of your life you are saying you are with the masses and the poor. So this is now something that speaks to the masses and the poor, and you say you are championing that space. there should be nothing that you should sign quicker in your life than that bill, but you are holding it back because of Mallam Bantuti and Ogwefi Uchenna from. We're just a rubbish to these people. We're just in the way of their own business.
Yes, their own business. Let me tell you, if the president signed that thing into law, it could hurt their party. So they are looking at this thing right and left and everything. It could hurt their party because those governors cannot win election in a free and fair manner. They cannot win. They know that. But they can rig the election because they have the money. They have the thugs. They have the police to rig the election into their favor. And remember, in the time of PDP, do you know how many governors that broke out from PDP, that left PDP during the Jonathan? We have Tambua left, Saraki, and this thing left in Kwara. We have some other, what do you call it? Otom left. The one for Plateau State left. And that was what killed PDP. that was what killed PCB in 2016 election. They are so powerful. They have entrenched themselves in that political, they have amassed that political power fraudulently in such a way that, to take it out from them in each state, it is difficult because they run the party. So what we are going to see here is that them and the president will negotiate for a way out. The president might not sign it into law. They will negotiate for a way out. Because, these governors, their way now. Once they leave the governorship position, they want to go to Senate so that their immunity, they will still continue to enjoy that immunity. So that is the way. And the moment this thing is signed into law, and they don't have the control of the power they don't have that strong control of the party that they enjoyed before, a lot of them will not even win election in their state for senatorial seat. A lot of them will not win. They don't want it. They want to leave from one power to another upper power.
Yeah. Is it not the time, though, for Buhari now to stand for what he has always tried to project himself as? Because Buhari has always tried to project himself as a man from the Talakawas and for the Talakawas. He has always projected himself as an anti-elitist sort of a person. This is how they sell him, as a Spartan man of simple needs that is for the people and against oppression. So this is how they package him. So now this is his last window now to redeem that space. He's not running for an election anymore. He's an 80-something-year-old man. There's nobody that is going to really come after him after he's got a year and a bit left. So he's already bagged his second term. So can he not then, just as this one act, try and sanitize that space and then just go to his Daura farm and say, look, yes, I've done it, so what? I don't need you for anything. So he's not obliged to these politicians after he finishes his tenure. He's just going to live the rest of his life on his farm. So why can it not just do this one and just sign it and just let and be? Is I'll do it and be damned man. So why can it not do this one for the people and damn the consequences?
Well, I hope it can find
the courage.
I hope, yes. I hope it can take up that courage and sign it into law. But politicians, being what they are, they know how to lobby. They know how to you know, they know how to put pressure and they know how to threaten each other when it comes to a critical situation like this that will affect them. Anything that will affect them, they won't do it. But if it's something that is going to affect people negatively, they don't mind. But if it's going to affect them negatively, they will find a way to find solution to it among themselves and come out with one kind of boju for the people. So he will do himself write his name in gold if he muzzle that courage to sign it into law. But I know the implication of it as well is that it could break the party apart. Some leaders, possibly Tinubu and some other, might be telling him, hey, you don't want to break this party apart. You have enjoyed your own. Is it because you want to leave now? So you want to break it apart and all our effort will just go down the drain. The PDP will take advantage of this and they win the election and they will put us in trial. Why not leave it the way it is? Just leave it that election is getting close, just the way he did for Saraki's Senate electoral law that he refused to sign then, that he was that we are getting close to election, and so it won't be normal to sign it into law that they have to wait after the election. They will advise him to do the same. That, oh, you did the other one, why can't you do this one? Election is next year. Why do you want to hurriedly sign it into law? It could hurt us as a party. It could put our party in electoral disadvantage. It could put us in disarray. Why do you want to do it? So a lot of pressure is going. They are mounting a strong pressure on him, and just like you said, let's see if it's going to put up that courage and then sign it and damn all the consequence. So let's see if we can do it. But I know politicians know they will not do anything that will affect them or affect their future political ambition. They won't do it. They won't do it.
All right, thank you. Now, Ajale Koko, I've been noticing this is not to do with politics. You know that your friend, what is it called, sabbatical or something or the other, that went to Nigeria, and you were talking about. I've been noticing there seems to be a trend of that going on now. Big name people in the YouTube space, they are going to Lagos to go and do their thing there. There's this guy now that is in Lagos. He calls himself Indigo Traveler. Nearly 2 million subscribers. But he's in Lagos now doing that route. But they seem to always do the same thing. They go to the market, go to Makoko to go and tell us that the people are suffering in Makoko, and then they get on the train and go to Ibadan. So he seems to be following that. So I just thought I'll bring that to your attention since you monitor that space. I'll put the link to him actually in the comment section. So just wait for the session to finish first before you go see this guy. But it's always interesting to see Nigeria through other people's lenses, especially through a Westerner's lens that goes to contend with the chaos that is Lagos.
What do you think it would have been if Nigeria is a country that have security in place, that every part of the country is well secured and have good road, electricity? What do you think it would have been? A lot of these people will be moving to Nigeria.
They love it, When they go to Lagos, they love it because they've never experienced anything like. There's nothing in this whole world, though. And I've done a bit of traveling. I've been to India. I've been to Chennai. I've traveled a bit of Europe. I've been to the Middle East. So I've done a little bit of traveling. But maybe India a little bit close to. There's nothing like a Lagos experience. It's so unique and peculiar. You can't go to Lagos and say you're an Oyinbo, want to be doing an Oyinbo man. they'll cut you down to size. But if you go there proper, like a proper person, they will immediately. The mama will call you, oh, come and taste this food. Oh, white boy, come here. Mama will tell you, come here. You'll think, what have I done to her? No, she's just telling you, sit down, taste this, shake my hand, So they don't do black, but it's a real, they love it. Anytime they go, the chaos, but when I watch these clips, I then try and put myself in that situation that, can I travel from, let's say, Ikeja to Lekki all by myself, hopping from Danfo to Danfo? Can I ride Okada? I don't think I can handle Okada, Adanlekoko.
No.
I don't think I can handle Okada. Maybe Keke na Pep I can handle, but I cannot sit on the bike. I mean, just for fear of my safety. Then they are weaving through. I don't think I can.
Riding Okada, it's a risk. It's a very big risk.
I don't think I can handle. Maybe you might just call an Uber now or something. I don't think I can handle. No. In fact, I know that I cannot handle Okada. But Keke na Pep, I can maybe handle that one. But you see them, all these Oyinbo people, they are with camera in one hand, holding on to Okada driver, having the time of their life, and you're thinking, even now, I cannot, I don't think so. But but it's always
they will have loved to travel to every part of Nigeria.
Yeah,
because you see the music these our boys are playing, the Afro music.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that music, because when you asked that question, that what do you imagine it to be like? If Nigeria was the way it was, it could have been and should be. When you asked that question, my mind immediately went to that music space, because I've always had the thought that a place like Bar Beach and also Lekki Beach and all those long coastal beaches that we have in Nigeria, they should be part of the global calendar, so that the whole world will come, all these young people to come to that beach and enjoy that music, the Davidos, so they have like a week of music festivities, which is part of the summer calendar of the global, but it's just something that it's just an easy thing. The music is there. We have the landscape.
Do it in the west, in Lagos. Do it in the east. Do it in the north, and just carry.
And then they pop to the north to go and watch the Doba, with all the regalia. And then they go to Agugu to go and watch the fish festival. And then they go to Oshogbo. The Germans, they are still going to Oshogbo to go and watch Oshun Festival. The Germans, you see more Germans in Oshun Festival than you see Nigeria. So I mean, that is what it could be like. But if only Buhari's cousins will let us, have a life.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that now that we are living in a global. I mean, we are turned to a global village where we can see each other from many parts of the world. People, look, let me tell you one man. In my business, I deal with a lot of black people. A lot of them really want to go to Nigeria because of what they have heard about Nigeria. They love us as people.
Confidence, we just have this frisson, there's an unquantifiable thing. There's a thing about Nigeria. Everybody identifies it, but you cannot really define it. There's just a magic factor. There's just a certain way that we carry ourselves. The confidence, the swagger, the intelligence, the mix, the art. When a Nigerian marries anybody that is foreign, they are not having anything to do with your culture. You immediately become that culture. Immediately, they put you in gele and they tie a scarf on your head and they show you tradition. You start going to, you see all these Oyinbo women that marry the Igbo man, the Yoruba man. They put them in Ashoibi immediately and start parading them. You come into the culture. We don't go into your culture. We have no business with you because we are so
we just absorb them and they just become part of us immediately.
Because we're so we feel that the Nigerian feels that is the best that there is. So I mean, all of these things, but it's just this insecurity and all these body people and all this,
Oh,
yeah.
That is
oh,
why sometimes when I listen to some of our people like Igbo, we talk, oh, you people should come home. You don't know what we really want to do. But the situation in Nigeria wouldn't let us come and do it. You don't know
I'm
our
not aware
plan.
of a Nigerian that has inferiority complex. If you work in a workplace that has a mix of everybody doing both the majority and then a spread of all these Indians, Black Africans, etc., etc. When you have the black people, they always look to the Nigerians to go forward. Because they know that you will punch through that space and the nonsense. They know you will punch through the nonsense,
Yes,
but they
yes.
will take it because they feel subservient. But we don't innately have a sense of inferiority to anybody. So if somebody is trying to talk in a particular way, you've already gone 3-4 levels, and by the time he's trying to catch up with where you are, you will think that no, this one is too smart,
These are too
and
smart. Yeah.
all of that, that the magic formula that is in Nigerian is just it's a thing of beauty and art to the world. We are magical people, but then of course, yeah.
you see
A
what
lot of
one man was
Americans that want
saying.
to go to Nigeria. A lot of them that are my customer, we want to go to Nigeria. When do you
Because
think
they
we want
see
to
you
go?
now.
But
See how
after,
they see you. They see you now, and they want to know where you are
I
from.
don't.
You are not from
You,
Ghana. You are from.
you see, to support what one man was saying, there was a time that I worked in warehouse, Walmart. If you see the way Nigeria dominated that place, when we went for lunch, you will see people be playing Nigerian music. India, we be playing Nigerian music. I asked one guy one day that, why do you love Nigerian music? He said, I can hear the beat, I can enjoy the beat now. You see Davido, they started mentioning. The same thing, the Chinese girl was mentioning David. In fact, he got to say they mentioned wrong town. They mentioned some artists that myself I didn't know as at that time. I said, how did you know this thing? They say, we have Nigeria dance. Anywhere you see Nigeria dance, you must know Shadi. You see, Chinese person they speak broken for me, school students. So that's where I know that anywhere Nigeria come, indirectly we influence or directly we influence that space, and they know us. So that's one thing, and we don't they fear anybody, and people
At
respect us for
We
that.
all.
don't send anybody. And let me just cite you an example, Jande Coco. This is a personal example, and this is my own wife. She's a nurse. So there was this was a long while ago. She went to work, and then there was all this sort of funny people where she works, including the black people and all of this kind of behavior. So what she tried to do one day when she was going to lunch, she always takes her own lunch. So she then took a 40 roach and she had it packed in a sense, and then she took the gari, and then come lunchtime, she took out her bowl, made her gari, and warmed the 40 row, and then she decided to start going about her, doing it the way we do it
Mm-hmm.
in the canteen. And then
Mm-hmm.
very quickly, people started to gather and say, what is that, Patricia? She said, well, this is a bar. And then for just go, didn't know that you went to wash her hand and say, can I
Yeah,
have
yeah.
a, and just bringing you are from Zimbabwe. You are bringing cucumber sandwich to work. Do you even know cucumber? So she wanted to cut through all that bullshit and then she just take a bar, made a bar. I
Yeah.
say only you. So yeah, no. But in answer to that, no. I mean, it's
Look,
just the frustration. That coastline alone in Lagos, some country,
look. You see
those
that our
Caribbean
music.
islands, that is all their economy, just that coastline that we have for free.
Yes, yes,
That is all of their economy, just the
yeah,
coastline. We look
yes.
at how Lagos stretch is
Coastline,
beautiful.
beautiful all the way, Badagry, Mecca, all this way.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
100 kilometer coastline
you
across
know.
Lagos. Yeah, tó jẹ́ pé ó yẹ kó máa jẹ́ owó
That coastline alone is the industry of so many countries, especially in the Caribbean. They say, sandy beaches, dirty beaches. What are we doing with beaches in Nigeria? You have it mile for kilometers and miles, all of
Yeah,
these things,
yeah.
We are even beginning to surface song, which is so bad.
So it's,
Well, like,
Look, our boys' music have conquered the world. If you know the way, you see all these young boys of Ethiopians, Sudanese, everywhere. If you see them playing, this Davido and all this and singing it, you will be surprised. You think they are Nigerians.
Yes, now they are getting their confidence off the Nigerian swagger. A lot of the black Africans, they get their confidence off the Nigerian
Even
swagger.
the Americans,
their swagger is the Nigerian swagger.
And our movies, so Wajale Goku, and our Nollywood movies.
You know, Nollywood movies is now taking over Netflix. Go on Netflix now. Go and watch King of Boys. You will see what I mean. You know, yeah.
One guy once told me,
Son of the Sultan, Sons of the Caliphate. All the Nigerian movies are taking over Netflix now. We're going, and this is against the backdrop of that country. So now imagine if the country was the way it should be. We're in the world already.
Exactly.
You know, well, there was a day I was surprised with our music. I think it was like maybe 3 years ago. I went to a show. You know, there's this show we take our product to come and to go and you know,
like a trade fair.
Like a trade fair, we take it there. It's about 50,000 people in attendance. And before I know it, they started playing Davido. They started playing all this, and I saw this, all the people, American people dancing to that music widely like crazy. I said, what? What am I seeing? That was my first experience of how our music has conquered this America. I couldn't believe it. I said, really?
You know, a lot of people have the thought that the world is coming into a Nigerian age. There's an argument to say, a lot of people are saying that, and it's because of this globalization that is happening via the virtual world system. They say the world is coming into a Nigerian age. And I've heard even somebody like Davido say that before on this Shalame the God and all those so the world is coming into an African age, and that African age essentially a Nigerian age. The clubs in the UK, they are playing Nigerian music. The clubs in your country, they are playing Nigerian music. Nigerians control all of the women in the West. You know, any pretty girl belongs. Look at even somebody like that guy called Seal, that's a Nigerian. So we control because we are coming into that space, and we are going into that space whether they like it or not. And if we can get our systems right, we will take that space by whatever means, you know. Nigeria, the world is. I buy that argument that the world is coming into a Nigerian age.
Let me ask something. You know, Wizkid once is the O2 Arena in London. His ticket was sold. All the tickets for 12 minutes. They released it 12 minutes. They released another 2 batches again. Out of this, they sold everything 35 minutes. Every place fully booked, and people were looking to even buy tickets from those people that already bought. That's how funny it is. I said Wizkid in London, and you will see why people there too. It's competition between white and black.
O2 Arena, that's where they I mean, they will, of course, now they'll sell it out immediately. Now, if you go on the internet, if you look at that's the matrix to go now. Look at their music and look at the view count. You cannot say those view counts are Nigerians when some of their video is getting 100 million, 200 million views on a video. Those are not Nigerians. Maybe 1 million out of that is Nigerian. So that tells you already. That's the quantum already.
This Wizkid show that they went for they made 5.2 billion for that concert within that thing alone. It's on the net. Business day 5.2 billion. I said what?
It's quite a thing. But thank you. Ajale Koko, let me go on to Thomas, who hopefully is still with us, because it's not like Thomas to be quiet, so maybe he's run away.
No, I'm here.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So to you, Thomas. Let me take you to the space. Where should I take you to? Or you speak to whichever of the topics particularly interest you.
Oh yes. The topic that actually interests me about what do I remember this? Just give me randomly. Yeah, I will remember.
Okay. So the APC governors behind Buhari's reluctance to sign the electoral bill.
Femi Falana, it's somebody that we respect. For him to come out and say that kind of thing, he may be talking from a well-known secret or well-known agenda of APC governors. As you rightly said, what is Buhari want? He is not losing. He's going out now. He's not coming back. No third term. He's not going to Senate from Aso Rock back to Daura. But as Ajale Koko rightly said, these people, you know, they can threaten Buhari that we are the one that we collate vote for the party in 2020. So if you sign this thing into law, it's going to haunt us. And it's not because of anything. It's just of their power drunk. You can imagine a whole Lagos State, APC packed all the local government chairman. Not even one. They don't even give one. They don't even give one to PDP or one to other party. Just to tell people that we are still a community. Do you want to tell me everyone in Lagos State vote for APC? That local government chairman. They packed everything. So as Ajale Koko said, the governors they are like monsters. They are so powerful in the state of each of them. So they may have threatened Buhari that we did not pass it when you are coming. Now you are coming in, you are going out, you've spent your 8 years, now you want to pass this bill. So for me, it's very ridiculous. As Ola said, why can't this man just write his name in a golden book? Sign this thing into law. The people of Nigeria said this is what we want. So what is stopping them to sign this thing into law? Nigeria said this is what we want. Direct this thing, primaries, this is what we want. Electoral reform, we want it. What is stopping them? That take me to these people. They don't have the mind of people at all. It's just for their selfish interest and their godfatherism. That is just my take about that. Then I will speak to the
police pay. The police pay. Mm.
To me, it doesn't stop anything. Even if they increase police salary today, I just told you about my experience. A policeman, which is close to me, he can't lie to me, that we have targets. They give us targets. Go out there. You must get 200,000. 100,000 will be for DPO. 50,000 will be for this DTO. And 50,000 for you guys. So, corruption continues. One man. Corruption continues. It's a good indication as they increase their salary. It's a good indication. They go in a good direction for increase their salary. But will the changing of salary, increases of salary, change anything? One man, no. Nigeria police have to be reorientated. They have to go back to the drawing board. Try to be trained by other countries' police to change their mindset, because it's just annoying. If policeman, their police college, you can see how they train them. They train them with impunity. They train them with sort of insult. Just go out there after your college school, go out there, extort people. I've heard policeman in a college saying, now I just graduated. Nigerian people, wagba. Nigerian people, wagba.
I think I saw that. But I think it was an army. I think it was an army person that said that. It was female even. I saw that would deal with them. Yeah, I
will deal with them. You can imagine these people. You are there to serve. Nigerian are the boss. You are the servant. All governors are servants. President is a servant to the citizen. The office of the citizen is more than the office of the president. The office of the citizen is more than the office of the governor. You can see them. They will be boasting, now I'm graduated. I will go down there. I will do this. I will do that. I watched a video of a man driving a G-Wagon, a soldier man went through a wrong direction facing oncoming traffic, and the guy blocked him that, who is this person facing oncoming traffic? The soldier came out, give him a hot, dirty slap. And the man said, today, here, you will kill me here today. He held him, he held him, he said, you will kill me here today. He took intervention of police officers, soldier, begged the man. The man said, no, you slap me, you are facing oncoming traffic. That is what we get. It's just impunity. It's just one man. It's just there. Then I want to speak to the toll gate.
Yes, what are you making of that? They will be tolling roads to recoup the money they've spent on infrastructures.
One man, there is nothing in towing the roads. Here in Australia, we have toll road, but every toll road there will be an alternative. If you don't want to pay, I just drove to work now. There was a big gridlock in the normal road. I passed through the toll. It's my own decision to pass through toll road. There will be regular road for everybody to pass through. If you want to pass through there will be traffic light there. But the toll road, there's no traffic light. Just go straight. You say where you go, reach where you are going. But you drive through on tolled road, non-tolled road, there could be traffic, there could be traffic lights, but there will be an alternative. For example, if they want to toll Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, they should make an alternative for people that will not be able to pay, so that they can pass through their own road, not paying. But if you want to tag all road with toll, that is not done. Adelekoko said, what is our tax for? We too pay for tax. I pay for tax. I pay tax here in Australia, but I still pass through toll road. That is my decision to pass through toll road. There is normal road.
Yeah, but there's no alternative. There's a thing. What is the alternative
That's what I'm
to
saying.
make it toll gate? Yeah.
If there is no alternative, that is ridiculous. But if there is alternative, it's fine. And if they will use the money getting for the toll judiciously for the citizen, there is nothing bad in towing the road. But towing Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, no, I will not agree to that, because there is no alternative road. Every country that has toll road, they have alternative road. If you don't want to pass through toll road, you can pass through the alternative one. Your decision is to pass through the toll road. It's your decision. There is normal road, everybody can pass, and even the toll road is not too expensive. My toll afro to work is just $6 or $8, and it's really helps me.
A day?
A day, yes.
But that's a lot of money now. What are you are saying is just? Do you know how much that is over? How much is that a month?
No, it's not important. You should pass through there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you are popping $8 a day just on tolls, that's a lot of money. You are saying it's just. It's not just.
$6, sometimes $4. It depends on your traveling. It depends on your traveling. And woman, at the end of the year, you will still claim it from your tax.
That's about $300 and something dollars.
Yes, I don't care. I will claim it from my tax at the end of the year, because I pass through that road to work and I'm paying my tax. So at the end of the financial year, I will claim it in my tax. So it's automatically, I'm not paying anything, because I will get it back from my tax at the end of the financial year. So towing road is not bad to me, but there should be alternative road for people that don't want to pay. That is just my take about that. There's nothing wrong.
Well, whereabouts are you in Australia?
Sorry?
Whereabouts are you in Australia?
Melbourne. Yeah, Melbourne.
Have you ever been to the Outback?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
What was it like there?
The life there is like, we have like 6 or 8 states. I've been to Tasmania. Tasmania is just It's dry like Nigeria. It's a desert. Like their temperature is too crazy. I can't even live there. It's too crazy. Like the northern, like north in our country, it's too hot, very hot, desert. Those are the places that we call some people aborigine. They are the
Yes.
owners
Have
of
you ever had
Australia.
any interactions with the Aborigines?
Yes, aboriginal. Yes, the aborigine. They are black like us. They are the
Yeah.
original owners of Australia. Those Oyibo came from Scotland and England, took the land from them, but they are just
You
they
know,
have gone.
Australia was once upon a time a penal colony.
Yes, yes, you are
They
right. But
so all the Oyinbos that you have in Australia, they are criminals. You know that?
yes, they came. Yeah, they came to took the land, kill
No,
some
no, no, no. They are not.
people.
No, 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 no. They are. Australia was a penal colony. So when a crime is committed in England, Scotland, etc., and the crime is grievous enough, the prison that they send them to is Australia. So that's where they used to send criminals in the UK too back in those days. That's what they mean by penal colony. So essentially, every white person in Australia comes from a criminal stock. They were once upon a time murderers, rapists, this sort of people. These are the people who populate Australia. So it's a penal colony. So
Yes, you are right.
When an Oyinbo man is being cheeky to you in Australia, tell him that you met some funny guy who told him that it's a penal colony and yeah, they are criminal, yeah, because yeah,
Yes,
That
yes.
is hate. Oh.
yeah,
That is hate.
yeah.
That is it to one man. That is racist. We
No,
don't want
no,
to be racist.
no, it's not racism now, but well, they are criminals now. That's why they used to send criminals in the UK too. Yeah,
Yeah,
Australia, yeah.
yeah. So one man, there is nothing bad in sowing the road, but there should be an alternative route for those people, those Baba Loja, like the carpenters that just adds just small car, Tiero missing, we call it Tiero, push and start, so
Yeah.
that they can't afford to pay the toll, because toll is not easy in Nigeria, my brother. It's not easy, but here in Australia, it's good to pass through toll. It reduce the tear and wandering of your car. It reduce the stress of traveling on the long road journey. It reduce your fuel consumption. It helps in many ways in the Western world. I don't know about Nigeria, but paying. Who said this?
Yes.
Alexander, you are wrong.
No, he knows history now. He knows history. That's history.
uh, that's easy. That's them. So one man,
Yeah.
there's nothing bad in doing that. There should be alternative road for
Oh,
everybody
oh,
to pass through.
all right. And finally, Lucky Rabo saying that they're not recruiting Boko Haram into the military. Are you buying that?
Oh, no, I can't buy that. I can't buy that. I can't buy that, because people that said it, they have their substantial, they have their evidence to prove that they are recruiting these people. But one man, why would they say somebody is a repent Boko Haram? I don't understand though. I don't. Maybe it's just
You
Nigeria
know,
that
I
they.
don't understand that language either because I can understand you're saying you are radicalizing somebody, but somebody that has taken so many lives, and then you say you've run him through like a 2-week program and you've de-radicalized him and is repentant. How will a captured Boko Haram not be repentant? Of course, you capture him, and then he will tell you that
Yes,
he has seen the errors of his ways because he's looking for a soft
exit.
landing. And then you
Yeah,
tell them that, oh, he has said he has seen the errors of his ways. He's now repentant. What is it? Has no meaning. The repentant Boko Haram, just a total nonsense. But
it's one man is just total nonsense. These people, they've killed, steal, and destroy. And they will capture them. They say, I'm repentant, I'm a repentant Boko Haram. What is repentant Boko Haram?
how many Boko
Cap
Haram would they capture that would then tell them that yes, if you release me, I'll go and do it again? They won't say that, will they? They will say,
no,
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 I've seen the errors of my ways.
nobody. They will say that I'm now born again.
Mm.
I surrender my arms. But leaving them, they'll still go back to the same thing. I remember one governor that gave one of the terrorists amnesty, and he was being celebrated, and at the long run, he went back to his old
I
ways.
read that story too, yes.
Yes, and he went back to his old ways, even doing...
Because when you think about it, Thomas, these people, they have no other life than that life. This is a person that has seen blood, that has taken life copiously, that has lived off the barrel of a gun, and then you are now telling him that he should learn a different way. So what different way is this person going to learn, or what thing can he do in life differently from what he has? It was always going to be like that.
Yes.
And it's making money. It's making a lot of money.
It's making money. This is somebody that will just take a gun.
Yeah. Kidnap people,
shoot his way into 5 million naira.
Yeah.
You are not telling him to be on a salary of 10,000, 30,000. It will always be like that now. You live and die that way.
Ajali Koko is very ridiculous. These people have tasted blood, they've killed, they've destroyed, and they are making money in killing. They are making money. They are milking the government, milking the people. There are so many kidnapping that were not solved by security agents. People pay. One man, people pay ransom. They pay ransom. I watched a video of a lady, one man. He said she was kidnapped. They killed like 7 people in its presence. They butchered them. They call people, do you need parts? Do you need this? Do you need that? The family member paid 3 million. They are telling her, thank God, your own family, they have some change to rescue you. One man. So these people, they have money. They kill. They have money. So why would they repent? And the rabbi is telling us that people, they are not recruiting. What of the custom man that we saw? Did you see that? Did you see that picture too? That image.
I saw it. It was Governor Masari. We saw him with that guy as a bandit, and then we saw the guy in a uniform as a customs man.
Just giving him even star. They are giving him even star. It's just ridiculous. So Nigerians, we are not fools. We are not fools. Nigerians cannot fool us. I remember this same Irabot saying the other time, "Oh, we are armed forces. We are armed forces," and they will be bragging, and there is nothing to show for these armed forces. They are shouting. One man, there is nothing to show. People are being killed, kidnapped every day. Kaduna, Abuja road is a death trap. I watched a video of a man. They are traveling. They waylay them. Their cow turned into the bush. They kill some. They kidnap some. And this Buhari, Commodore Olawumi came out that there were terrorists in his cabinet. And that man doesn't say it in his room, in a live TV, that they don't want to name them and shame them, a terrorist sponsorer. They don't want to name them and shame them. All
right, thank you, Thomas. So I'll start rounding off here to land on Ajali Koko, and I'll start off with Ahizon, who just joins us. So Ahizon, you join us now to just have your closing remarks. So your closing remarks, Ahizon.
One man.
This is what you do now. You call, 11th hour. This I know your trick.
Let us now. Let's him have like this morning. I enjoy this morning with his CBD.
With his CBD, yes. He was ready to.
I was the collecting toll from his CBD.
Ajala, Don't mind those people. They want to land grab my ancestors.
No, but it's a funny thing now because now everybody is streaming in just as we're about to start living. It's a funny thing, because people are saying they don't want to be Biafra.
No, I've not. Maybe later.
Oh
I've
man,
not.
you will laugh, Taya. I saw
Eh,
and this.
I not say they can have their Biafra, but if they want to get to the sea, they have to pay levy. This is what he said. But they have to abandon this Biafra thing now because
I
Hey,
people say they
Aizon,
don't want to be Biafra.
who controls Opobo
Oh,
in River State?
Opobo is close
it's
to
the
Bonny.
Jaja now. It's the Jaja that controls
Opobo
it.
is close to Bonny. It's not Igbo people. Yeah,
So
you
I
got to
didn't
tell
hear
me.
what you said.
Opobo is close to Bonny. It's not Igbo people that control Opobo.
Nonsense. It's an Igbo land. What are you talking
You
about?
see, one man.
No, hold on.
The
I
side of
came
the
here.
land, don't come.
Who
I
is
came
in
here to talk
charge of
about
the
something else.
Listen to the accent of the person that is talking to you. This is
Don't mind that. Double agent.
He cannot point to Nigeria on the map.
Double agent.
And he wants to argue Okobo land.
Waiting
Englishman.
Ajaleko could say. Ajaleko could say peperempe.
Peperempe, yes.
Hey, it's better than fighting for pipeline contracts.
Yeah, it's better than this guy won't fight me.
That's all you are interested in is pipeline contract.
Pipeline contracts. My brother, listen, let me tell you something. We're interested in having a safe environment that we can farm in. One man, by the way, you know what? I have a bone to pick with you, one man.
What about
there was an oil spill in Nembe local government of Bayelsa for a whole month. I had
wanted to send you that video, one man. It is terrible, man.
Terrible.
I was watching it yesterday. Oh man,
terrible. One man, you didn't cover it. I was.
But who will be interested in that? I want to talk about things people are interested in now.
One man. This is where
I've told you already. You people should relocate from there. There's land in Oyo State now. We have land.
Yes.
Move.
We have land in Oyo.
Don't worry, we'll accommodate you.
Our ancestors' land.
Forget your ancestors. Well, ancestors in the past now.
One man, they said all spill for over a month. Let me tell you something. They said all the oil pipes under all the rivers there, they built in the 1960s. They're all rusted. Meanwhile, they're giving contracts. They'll go to Abuja. They will get contracts. This ITO, by the way, this company, guess which nationality the man is from that owns it? Take a wild guess.
I don't know. Indian.
No, he's an Igbo man. He came in. He got it during the time of Jonathan. That's why I tell you, Jonathan was an Igbo president. This one that they're talking. He was an Igbo president. He got it during Jonathan's time. He came in, took over the pipes. Did not upgrade one pipe. Now the thing had a big spill, spilling oil into the river. They said it's going to take 50 years for that area to regain its old. This is people's livelihood, and this is where they're getting all their allocation from in all these states in Nigeria, on the backs of these people. And meanwhile, if Arise did not cover that thing, no one would even know it's happening.
Aizon, one man. Nigeria is blessed. Look at this oil spill. Nigeria is blessed. What's wrong with us?
Yeah,
if Nigeria is good, my brother.
Nigeria is not blessed, Thomas, man. What are you talking about? It's not blessed.
Nigeria is blessed with mineral resources. Nigeria is blessed with mineral resources. That's what I'm saying.
It's not blessed, my friend. Stop that. It's not blessed.
Why?
Why do you say
Why is there a cemetery? Why is there garbage everywhere? Why is the children vomiting the streets at midnight?
No, that doesn't mean Nigeria is not blessed.
Terrorism is everywhere. Why is it blessed for a bad thing?
When
God has
abandoned
abandoned this country you love so much.
My brother, let me help you define. Let me help you understand what blessed means. Ola, he doesn't understand what blessed means. Let me help you understand. Blessed means you are naturally endowed by the Creator Himself. That means you are blessed. When they say someone is blessed, that means you are blessed naturally. You didn't have to work too hard for things that you have been given under your feet. That means you are blessed. So when they say Nigeria is blessed,
what have you achieved? You're blessed with this, you're blessed, but you're still crying for light, basic light, back road.
With all your Queen's English, Sabi listen. All these Queen's English they blow, Sabi listen.
Let him
Starman. Something you can have everything, but you don't know how to use that thing. You understand? look at as big as Talon is, for example. If Talon understands his strength, a kid will not just be walking him around because he will knows that he's bigger. All those things.
Why are you running away from being on your own?
Wait, Starman. Human resources, natural resources, we are blessed, but we are not enhancing it.
That's when you find that you are blessed, my friend.
Thank you.
How can you say you are blessed when you have people who don't reason like you, who don't cherish the things you have under your?
You are except you are misrepresenting what the meaning of blessing. That's just it. You are naturally endowed, but okay, look at it. I'm sure maybe you understand Bible. When we know the story of talent, everybody was given talent. Some people make use of their own, and we got one person that complained that he didn't make use of his own, and it was taken away from him, given to another person. So all of them, they got what they needed to change the situation, but one person decided to give excuse. That's the situation now. And that person will say, "Oh, I'm not blessed," whereas he was blessed, only that he failed to use that as natural endowment. That's just the situation of Nigeria.
Man, you're not blessed, my friend. You know you're blessed when
Ola, you can't win. Ola, you can't win. You know,
okay, I give up.
You know when you explain something to someone and it makes so much sense, and one little cover from what you explained, they didn't even pick out of it. One cover. You can't win now. You're talking to a brick wall. You might as well just let it go.
I surrender. I surrender.
You know, Starman fan is Radio Biafra. You know who he is. You can.
He's looking at it from different perspectives. He's looking at it from different perspectives. You see, I can understand it. The perspective looking at it is that okay. The blessing that you guys are talking about, we have nothing to show for it. I think that is the perspective is trying to point out there. That if we are blessed, we will have seen it. We'll have seen it. Will have reflected in us as people and the nation at large. That we will have been able to provide good hospital, good road, good infrastructure.
You know that if some people
running. That is the perspective looking at it.
That you have in the south, if they could get rid of this thing, you wouldn't have all these problems. But you use that as saying as blessed. You're not blessed because this is part of your problems. That oil that you find is part of your problems because you're unfortunately been amalgamated with people who are unselfish and evil, and they want to keep everything for themselves. That's showing you are cursed with this thing. So you're not blessed.
Let me explain something.
I don't know if you understand where I'm trying to come out.
Yeah, he's clearly a Biafran. Clearly
are you a Biafran?
Clearly.
Of course I'm a Biafran.
He's not a Biafran. No, hold on. He's not a Biafran. He's a different version of Charlie Boy, but Charlie Boy is more true to the cause. This is just a guy that is hopping onto something that is heard on the radio waves, and he just wants to be part of that scene. He's not a Biafran. He's not an anything. He's just a wannabe
accent that you hear. I'm a true blood.
You're born and bred Biafran. Did you hear that? He's a born and bred Biafran.
Why are you Oyo man? Is it Oyo you said you're from? Why are you Oyo man?
You are a born and bred Biafran. No, hold on. Did you say you are a born and bred Biafran?
Yes, I'm born and bred.
You are born and bred. Did you hear that? Do you know what born and bred means?
I was actually born in Iguacha.
Iguacha, look at that.
Yes. Do you know what Iguacha is?
You are born and bred. Do you know what born and bred?
Do you know where Iguacha is?
No. Don't run away. You said you are born and bred. Do you want to revise that statement?
I was born in Iguacha.
Yeah, but you were not bred in Iguacha. So you're not
Okay,
born and
correct that
bred.
one. I was born.
Look at this
Okay,
guy. Look at this guy.
Well,
Eh?
man,
fine.
leave
You
this
know,
guy.
Look at say born and bred. With that voice, where were you bred? Eh? Bread
well,
for you were buttered me. You were born and
but I
buttered
was
me.
born
Look at
in
this guy.
literature.
Eh?
And you are bred in Brixton.
Yeah, say born and bred. So you see what I mean, that this is a guy that is just wanting to hop onto a narrative. He is born and
No,
bred.
forget the voice. It's in the heart.
No,
I'm a
but
bastard, believe
you
me.
know what?
I'm more bastard than Mazin and the Kanu, believe it or
No,
not.
you can Mazen Nandekano.
I beg.
Mazen
I have a
One
serious question, one man. I beg.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
For Ajale Koko. Ajale
Yes.
Koko, this toll gate thing that we're talking about. You were talking about the taxation in Nigeria. Have we been able to identify a way for us to know the level of or the amount of tax that's collected from local government, states, and federal? Do they have that information? Because that information should be public now, Abi.
Oh, yes.
But we don't have any access to know, because this revenue, under normal circumstances, right? Like Thomas was saying about the toll in Australia. So even anywhere in Canada here, that's the same thing they do with the toll.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing. Yeah, in United
America.
States too.
Yeah.
You always have a back road. You always have a local road. If you don't want to take that highway where they mounted toll.
Yeah. So the thing is, the major road, typically they use tax money to build that road, and then the toll road, they fund it, and after a certain number of years, they would have paid it off. You understand? But then they use the rest and they invest in, maybe they actually let you know, oh, this money is going towards education, or it's going towards this. Yes, for the municipality or the state. But in Nigeria, is there anywhere where we can see that information?
No, we don't run government of transparency in Nigeria. So you say it's a closed door government that they run in Nigeria. Even when you ask for it, they will not even give it to you. It's just unfortunate, you know. It's whatever they release that we know. There's no way you can investigate to know better. Whether they are reporting lie to us or they are reporting the truth, there's no way, because they are not transparent. It's not open where you can just walk into the office of statistics and get your right. And if you want to investigate it as a journalist, there's no, over here, journalists can say, okay, from so, I'm investigating this. And they will open up and let him go through everything, and he can get his facts and go.
Exactly.
It's not like that over there. So we are not running transparent administration in Nigeria. So there's no way you can know.
And Serap Inco, I thought Serap was working on those sort of things to get information that they will use to hold government accountable, make information public, and all these things.
Oh, that one is not government control too. So
Serap, I thought Serap was NGO.
Oh, you mean the Serap? Yeah. Okay, the Serap you're talking about. Yeah. Nigeria is a very difficult place to get information. No, it's not. It's not that. Government is not. It's not. We are not running an open government in Nigeria. They are close to the public, close to everybody, and it's just, man, just forget about it. Except the people have to. When the people just keep quiet, sit down there, and just let them run their space the way they like. There's no way they can get to the root of every issue. They can't get the fact. Yeah,
it's interesting because if we can get if we had access to that information on any level, then you can immediately know how much they've generated as a government, and you can immediately say to them that, look, based on this amount of money you generated, why are we being charged toll for this road?
Oh,
where's the money going? How
if
is it
you
allocated?
ask too much question, if you ask too much, like say you have an NGO or you are a private, how do they call them? Civil, just like NGO running, pressing them too hard. You could be killed.
Wow.
They could even kill you, or you discover some corrupt practices and you try to polish you. They will go after you. They have cults, they have thugs everywhere, and where is the police? You don't have security now. They will come after you the moment they know that okay, you are exposing them. Look, like in the United States here, each local government or even some rural area, some small towns, they have newspaper. And those newspaper, what they are particularly doing is to monitor those in charge of governing their space. How much money they get, what do they use it for on education, what do they use it for on road, what do they use it for on everything. And they allow them to get access to everybody, to everything. Newspaper, small newspaper also. If you see people managing them, they don't look extraordinary. They are just like ordinary people. But they're running that newspaper has been existing for years. But it's the people in that town that fund that newspaper. They fund them to exist so that they can monitor their government and expose any official that is found wanting or questionable in the conduct of his official assignment. That's what they're all over the place. Thousands of newspapers.
Yeah. But that's the awakening that we need to reach. If we can mobilize enough where we at every start from the local government, you start to force these people to account for the money that they are getting, it changes everything.
How much roughly do you think has been stolen from the Nigerian state? Just to guess at the figure. Let's put a time span between 1999 till date.
19 what?
99 till date, since
trillions.
Yes.
It's trillions of dollars. Trillions of dollars.
Trillions.
What percentage between 1999 under democratic dispensation? What percentage of the income that has been earned in that country do you think has actually been spent for the good of that country? So, what percentage of the total earnings in the democratic dispensation do you think has been spent towards the service of the people?
I would say less than 10%.
I'll be generous and go 20%.
I'm generous too. Maybe 20-25%.
And the reason why I say less than 10 is because typically the fundamentals of any society, when you look at healthcare, education, clean water, most local governments in Nigeria don't have those things.
And how much do you think has been earned?
Aizon might be right.
Well, let's put a figure on
right
it.
with what you just said.
Yeah.
Public education does not work, does not run well. Health services is not running. Roads are bad. What have they done? Use the money.
The only reason why I'm going to say 20% is if you look at the bureaucracy, because the government is the largest employer, and then you look at infrastructures, whatever little has been built. So that's why I'm going to 20%. But what the offshoot question is, between 1999 till today, how much do you, I'm not holding you to it, but just guess at how much you think the Nigerian state would have earned. And off the back of that, know that Nigeria has always been in the top 30 economy of the world. So between 1999 till date, how much would you guess at that Nigeria as a country would have earned? Yeah.
Trillions as well. You have to understand, Nigeria has an informal economy as well. It's not just a formal one. You know, I think someone on your program was saying something yesterday about the Alajas that go to Dubai to buy. A lot of that money that they make, they don't get tracked. So, because it's a cash society. So, when you look at it from that perspective,
Nigeria is roughly a 2 trillion economy per annum, roughly
2 trillion,
as a rough guesstimate. So if we're looking at 2 trillion from 1999 till date, that's
That's
what
30
about
years.
yes.
Yeah.
So, and you know what a trillion is, don't you? A
Yeah,
thousand
yeah,
billion.
yeah.
But you
Yeah.
can Google it to know how
Yeah,
much
yeah.
you have earned. If you want to Google it one month, you can search it. You can just give us an idea.
Well, no, just because I don't want to do the work. Well, just as a guesstimate, because I'm trying to, I'm trying to just put just a real feel. Because when we're talking about corruption and we're talking about monumental corruption, we don't actually look at the figures to just know what we're talking about. If you actually try and put figures to these things, your head will scramble. You know, it's just an ungodly sort of amount, Mansa Musa wealth.
Yes.
A lot of people
Let
control
me
in
scare
Nigeria.
you on oil alone. As at 2018, Nigeria has earned $677 billion from oil alone, up to from 1999 to 2018. So if we had the recent figure to it, so we should be talking of something close to $850 billion.
Okay,
On
I
oil
actually
alone.
thought it would be more than that, you know, but
Oil alone, oil alone.
yeah, but oil is the mainstay now of the economy, so yeah.
Yeah, like Alison said, you know, there are even the oil we are talking about. We don't even know how much barrel we even exploit by day. So it's only whatever they tell us.
Nigeria is a corrupt,
And the amount that gets
place.
sold in the black market.
Yes,
There's
which
an amount
is
that gets-
usually more than what is you know the amount that is declared to what percentage of the oil that is declared as income do you think is the actual oil that Nigeria produces and sells?
That I don't know.
I would say they probably only declare about 40% of
I agree
what.
with you.
Yeah. You see, but
Because
and you know when Atiku was campaigning and he was saying to privatize NNPC, and people were throwing stones at him. You know, I actually agree with that because that solves that problem. You know.
Yeah. Do you still
One
support
man, we
him?
are going to privatization now. If Dangote refinery gets ready, we are almost going to privatization because that man gonna hold that state to ransom. Or even
Yes.
the working refinery now in Nigeria, they will stop working automatically. Bet it. Thank God. May God help us.
You know,
to be alive.
there's a lot of people now pushing for them to sell off those refineries. It's now time just to, if
Just
it's
sell
not
off.
making any more,
They are
what
not
is the
making anything.
justification for holding on to it? If you are saying it has never made, it's not made a profit in 20 years and it's actually
They are even
hemorrhaging
losing.
money.
They are
So
losing.
what's the justification for holding on to it? There's none.
You know, with the Dangote thing, the one thing I've never understood is why is Nigeria placing all its eggs in one basket with this man? Why don't they open up the field to let as many people as possible have their private
No, we
refinery?
had that conversation not that long ago, and I was suggested that guy is a security threat to Nigeria.
He is.
He can hold the country to hostage if he so
Yes.
wishes. Yeah.
And then he's not going to live forever. So, you know, in terms of planning, if you give that
Yes.
kind of
So you cannot rely on his benevolence, like you said.
correct.
If it's not there anymore, and the next person in charge of it is of a different hue, then we are in trouble. And there's a lot of Indian presence in that space as well. His refinery, and they are not obliged to Nigeria in any way. You know, so it's a
Correct.
a
And
real danger.
they're downloading all the data, by the way, because they run his companies. So they're downloading all the data on what is going to happen. He's going to have enormous power. But then, you know, the question is, what's Nigeria doing? Are they going to just rely on this man? Is he going to run the refinery the way he runs cement and sugar? You know, that's the question.
Aizon, let me ask a question.
Like a protectionist, extortionist sort of,
Correct.
you know, mafia setup.
Aizon, let me ask you a question. Did you follow the auctioning of the 5 gig bandwidth yesterday? Did you follow it?
No, I missed it.
You know,
who followed that
they made over $500 million. Maybe I can't remember the figure. Maybe even close to $700 million.
What?
Now, we know of MTN. They won. Airtel, they pulled out. But there's one company called Mashup that we don't even hear about. I think he won one bandwidth like that before and he sold that. Now this guy won that bandwidth, defeated the Airtel, and in his past history, I don't. Someone who was telling me, I've not been able to confirm me that he saw the one that he got in the past. Why did I bring this thing on? Was that the same way some people got refinery licenses, but they were looking for someone to sell to. That's exactly what is happening in Nigeria. But I think what they should have done better is that maybe they should have allowed, well, for what people were shouting about modular refineries. Maybe it should have been better. But well, unfortunately, that is where Nigeria find themselves.
You know what, Ola, the issue in Nigeria, and one man, you alluded to this yesterday, you were talking about security, and you were saying that they should localize the security. I agree with that 100%. I think it's not just security, it's everything. Why the continual use of top-down approach has destroyed us. Everything should be bottom up, including security, from the local government up, agriculture, from the local government up. People don't have access to food because food is grown in one area, you can't transport it to another area. But if you give people incentive at the local government level to grow their own food, and you create access to food through that means, less people will starve. You know, if you look at everything, education, everything, it's top down, top down, top down, top down. You know, it should be bottom up, like you said, modular refineries. People have been fighting for that in some oil-producing countries states for a long time, and they haven't given them.
Yeah, when I was growing up in our local government, we used to have tractors. You know, we call it kata.
Yeah.
See, that time they were using all those things for smaller things as far back as even early 80s, even up to even when Commander Bamidele Otiko even took over. Before this, Oya Obilem, I think that was the person that started destroying the legacy. And Oya Obilem even destroyed a lot around the Odua investment that time. All those Kundayo Pale Yako. So those days, you will see all those kata that they will use to do some kind of rural farming, and they will use some kind of grader too. They use it to do all those things on the street. You know, when you have irregular, the road, bad road, they will use that thing to create. If you go to all those local government now, you can no longer find all those things there. And those basic things used to be the function of the local government. They will go to the farm settlement, they will use that tractor to help you clear the road for that road to be accessible. You know, all those things today, the governors now, they've turned themselves to principality, or should I call them the spiritual wickedness in the high places, that they dominated everything. So they don't want the local government to even survive. So all these things we are saying, a lot of things, like you said, agriculture, security, community security, all those things should be from bottom up. Those days, who is Fulani that will just come and destroy your family?
Exactly.
You know. But it's unfortunate.
And you empower the people at their specific local governments to create their own economy, to create their own education, to create their own healthcare systems, and you have less people trying to move to urban cities like Lagos, Abuja, and overpopulating those places. So it's what it should be. But for some reason, these guys want to control power at the center so much that they do not want by any means want to relinquish that power. I read a book, if you get a chance, it was written by this Nigerian historian at the University of Texas. His name is Tony FALANA. He wrote a book called History of Nigeria. Very insightful, very good book. And in there, he broke down how the power really got concentrated to the center, and the reason why they have fear of relinquishing that power from the center because of the secession. They're terrified of states or regions or people seceding. It's the biggest fear of the politically powerful in Nigeria. So they feel if they give autonomy to these local governments and these people, you know, certain people might try to secede. So that's why they concentrate it in the center this much. You know, but it doesn't have to be that way.
To be fair though, to be fair to the center, I'm not saying that the center is, too much power is concentrated in the center by this useless exclusive leads they have in the new constitution, or those 68 exclusive leads. But the rest of the power that were given to the state the state government, they are equally very, 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 very bad. They don't want the local government to work. Governors want to be in control of the state and all the local governments. I don't understand Nigerian system. Before, during the Babangida time, local government was functioning very well.
Yeah.
They were completely outside the control of the state. They are functioning on their own. They get their own budget direct from the federal government. And you can see them building roads, building schools, doing a lot of things in their local government. But what happened to this time when we have democracy, what we call democracy in Nigeria, and that the local government the chairman is the one that have to appoint the local government here? Are they not doing it by appointment? Or just help me? I don't understand the system anymore.
They are doing by caretaker when it is comfortable for them, and they don't even allow election to run in some cases. They will choose caretaker in some cases. Sometimes they will do nomination, just go and maintain just go and fulfill a righteousness by just printing for some people to get it. Even there was a time that this guy refused to even conduct election. Even right from under Obasanjo or Yadua, that this guy, they were even refusing to conduct election to local government. All these governors, they've turned themselves to another thing. So it's unfortunate, honestly.
All right, gentlemen. We're coming up to the 4-hour mark. We're about 6 minutes to it, and I want to land just dead on it. So we start to sweep up, and then we go to Thomas first. So our brother from down under, Thomas, to you.
Oh yeah, thank you, one man. I'm happy that we don't really depth on South in Nnamdi Kanu or West Eastern today. Anytime you brought that, anytime you brought any topic of that space, the atmosphere is always tense. So thank you, one man, for not bringing that any story on Eastern space. I would just tell Nigerians, we are better.
But Aizon was trying to take us there, accusing them of land grabbing.
I think you don't want
troublemaker.
To go, yeah.
Eh?
I think sometimes we should just leave that space.
In CB, they would have come running in to start the Kung Fu fighting. You know, in CB, as soon as we say Igbo, it will just wake. It will be asleep now. But if you say Nnamdi Kanu, he will wake up, jump onto the thing, and start to say, but you know.
Yeah. So one man, thank you everybody that has turned up today. Thank you to our listener. Subscribe to this to the channel. May God bless everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Thomas. Thomas, what time is it where you are now?
1:31 in the afternoon.
All right, thank you, Thomas. Have a good day then. All right, so that was Thomas. So from Thomas, we go on to Ola. Ola, to you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for giving us rare time. And please thumb up. If you are yet to subscribe, please subscribe so that the algorithm can help us pushing this program to people when the program is about to start. Then I want to leave us with a story. The story was written by, I think, Fakilede Pelumi. You know, the story was about the option of the bread and the key. So what the story was about was that a situation where someone is a prisoner and he was made hungry for like 4 years, and for someone that wanted to help him with his hunger, he brought bread, and when he was dropping that bread, the lock, the key to that prison just fell off from the pocket of that person that was giving bread. But this hungry person was so focused on that bread to the point that all his focus was on that bread, and he even missed that opportunity to just that gate key and just open that gate and lock and reopen the place and get out of that cage. So that's just the case about us, Nigeria. So when we are locked for 4 years, and during the election, all these politicians, they will just show their face, just give us the meandering just some kind of silly amount of money for us to sell our conscience. By the time we sell our conscience, we lock ourselves up again for another 4 years. So I don't want our case to be like that. Why am I talking about this story? I just want all of us to wake up politically and live up to our civic responsibilities. So it is high time we looked at the way we try to re-educate our people, to try to dissuade as so many people that we can dissuade and take them away from all these rogue politicians. These guys, they don't have anything to offer, and just because of the fear of their own survival, that is where they are not going to allow any policy that will help the masses. That is why we can no longer have people like Awolowo that builds leadership of and followership to the point that those people under him, they were in power for more than 4 years and they didn't steal anything. Some of them returned to their old houses they built before they became governor, and some of them returned to their old car. Nobody was going with a lifetime several millions just to make sure they maintain the essences. So I want us Nigeria to know that these politicians, they are draining our blood. It is left for us to stop them from draining our blood, and we have to stop them from infecting us with the diseases that they want to make us to stay the way we are forever without any spirit to fight back. So thank you, everyone, and we hope to see you later. Have a nice one.
All right, thank you, Ola. Have a good rest of the day. So from Ola to Ahizan to you.
Yeah, Ola, nice one. No, I kind of want to pick up from where Ola left off, and something that Ajaloku has been stressing on this forum for a very long time, in that we have elections coming up. We should change our thinking. We can't continue to vote for these people that belong to these major parties. If you want to send them a message, that would be a very powerful message to send them, that you don't have all power and it's possible not to vote for you, even if it's a significant number of people that don't vote for them and they see it. The smaller parties start to realize that they have some power. I think that's very important. The question becomes, how do we get more and more people educated to the point where they understand the importance of doing that sort of thing, of voting, for someone that hasn't historically been sucking the life out of them. That's the question that we have to figure out and see how to make sure that we do it. And I think this platform is helping in educating people and putting the word out there for those that can listen. I'm sure there are a lot of people learning things on this platform. So I think that's the key in really trying to do these things, and we shall see. But thank you, One Man, for the opportunity to come and chat again, and love the show, and I'll continue to listen. Good night.
All right. Thank you. He comes late and then he doesn't want to leave. He's one of those people, when the party is over, that's when they are turning off. So thank you, Ahizan. So from Ahizan, then the final word to the mighty Ajanle Koko, to you.
Hey, One Man, I really thank you for bringing us together again this evening. It's been a wonderful session. I thank Ahizan and Ola and Thomas that we did it together this evening. Ahizan, I wish One Man can organize one day between you and Nsibidi to entertain us again. What you did with Nsibidi this morning was very entertaining. I have to go and watch the video again when I get back home. So I thank Ahizan for speaking and telling the people the way I've been telling people that for us to get out of this mess in that country, you, the people, must not vote for any one of these two parties. Voting for them is like you are voting for a group of people that doesn't love you. Keep on giving them power to continue to oppress you, to continue to misrule you, to continue to create more problem for you. Not for you alone, but for the future of your coming generation. It is never done anywhere, never done in any country in the world for people to vote into power. People that create power, create problem for them. The problem that we are going through today as a nation are created by these politicians, by the two parties you have in place. And they cannot solve it because they are benefiting from this problem. The problem they created for you is where they're benefiting from. They're enjoying from it. You don't have security. They have 24-hour security around them. They have police. They have convoy vehicle of police following them everywhere. They follow their wife everywhere. Police even carry their wife bag. They follow their children everywhere. You don't have electricity. They send estimated bill, electricity bill to you every month. They have 24 hours electricity in their houses because that electricity is provided by the state for them. They don't pay. They have 24 hours electricity. You don't have good road for you to run around. They don't even use road anymore. They use helicopter to fly to everywhere they want to fly to. And when they manage to go by road, you see convoy of police around them. Pipe-borne water, you don't have pipe-borne water. Yes, everybody don't have pipe-borne water, but they have a very sophisticated borehole, well-treated borehole that run 24 hours for them. And they drink Ragolis water, but you will drink poor water. You don't eat good food because food are too expensive. The prices of food have risen to high heaven now. They can afford to eat 10,000 naira per meal, 50,000 naira per meal. They buy champagne that worth about 500,000 naira to drink at a go. A champagne for 500,000 naira. But you cannot drink Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola now is about 125 naira. Who is going to use 125? A poor person, ordinary folk. Your children cannot go to good school because all the public schools have been destroyed by these people. There are nowhere to go for our children. Their children doesn't school in Nigeria. They send their children abroad to go to a school in bad schools around the world, the United States. Some of their children I know here, they pay about $80,000 per session. And they have about 2 or 3 children at the university here. $80,000 per session. But you, your own children, managed to secure admission to Ogun State Polytechnic or Lagos State Polytechnic or Lagos State Ogun State University or Ondo State University. And ASU goes on strike every time. Last year, they went on strike for like 9 months. 9 months is a session. This is what, these are the problems that these people have created to you. I mean, for you people. And you think they can solve it? They are not the one that will solve the problem for you. And for you to solve, you people can solve the problem by voting against them. When you vote against them, vote for smaller party that you know. And then the change that we are looking for as a nation will start from there. The restructuring that Nigerians are looking for will start from there. The resource control that we are looking for will start from there. And the people will take their country back from the criminal. And when we take the country back, we will put them on trial for the whole world to see, for their family to, we will put them on trial, and we will take all belongings that they have accrued, they have acquired through fraudulent means. We will take it from there and use it for the benefit of our people. So people, I'm begging you once again, I believe a lot of people are listening to us around the world. We have to take the courage, take the bull by the horn. Call on your people back home and let them know. Go and vote for smaller parties. Forget about all this APC and PDP. They cannot solve your problem. They created this problem. Next year, they are coming with hard economic hardship. They are bringing economic hardship on you. They're going to increase tariff. They're going to take out subsidy from petroleum subsidy. Food prices will go home. Transportation costs will go up. Everything will go up in that nation. What is it that you have done wrong to them that they have to take you through this path? You have not done anything wrong to them. You voted in for them to better your life, and better the nation. But no, they can't do it. So I would like to urge everybody listening to us, please subscribe to this channel, share, like, and click on the notification button so that anytime One Man Went to More is going on live, you can get notified to come again. This platform, if not the best in the world, is one of the best, because we say the truth here. We say the truth to power. We are not afraid of anybody, and we will continue to say it. We will continue to educate people, continue to enlighten people. We continue to do our best for you all the time. One Man, I really thank you for this platform. God's willing, tomorrow we shall be here again, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. That's one of your more impassioned speech. Even I was enraptured just by the honesty of it, that just speaks directly to what afflicts us. There's a way out, but we will take that path. That is the question. But that was Ajale Koko. Of course, I mean, no sugar coating from Ajale Koko. He tells you as it is, and if you have any sense, then you listen. He told you to subscribe, and if you have any sense, you will do exactly that. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.